From Castle Rexworth, the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to our Sunday stream. We're going to be doing some more light-hearted, palate-cleansing type video reacts today. Traveling around a bit, maybe even looking at some new watches. Some pretty cool ones from Casio that I've got here in the tabs. Not just going to be visiting Japan, but a few other parts of the world that I think are either overlooked or we just haven't really talked about very much here on stream. So, should be fun. Glad to have you all aboard. Nox, thank you for redeeming Not First. Also, hello. First going to Pion Lee. And you've discovered a new redeem for the light applause. Thank you, thank you. That was by request from Pion Lee. First to have an applause redeem. So yes, that's brand new in the lineup, along with a few other redeems as well.
Choose your next witticism carefully, Mr. Bond. It may be your last. Oh my God!
So have fun with those, everyone. Right, before we get started, quick housekeeping notes. You can find all of my links available at lordrexworth.com. That's lordrexworth.com. Do make sure you're following me over on Twitter or X. Indeed it is. Twitter.com or x.com/Lord Rexworth. Also make sure you're following the new YouTube channel, where we've got original content, including reading ASMR. Also, we've got clips from the streams over here on Twitch. Megalum, welcome in. Thank you for redeeming Not First. Also, hello. Let's see. There's the link to the Castle Rexworth Discord. Join there and hang out with me and the rest of the nobles whenever I'm not streaming. We are at 769 follows here on Twitch. About 6 away from our new follow goal of 775. So that will be, that'll be very nice. That'll be very nice. It's already very nice to have all of you here. So grateful to have all of you along on the journey. Let's see, what else do I have? Oh yes, custom comms, voice packs. Just buy me a coffee. And then, you know, there's a throne page right there in case you're feeling generous. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump over to our solo collab gaming viewing window. Ah, there we are. Lovely. And let's see, I wonder what we're going to start with today. Actually, you know what? I've been teasing this one. Been teasing this one long enough. And I mentioned it yesterday, so I need to make good on my word. Let's see, window capture. Unmute the browser audio. All right, great. Here we are. This is from Oriental Pearl. There's a video called Japan's Mass Immigration Town is Wild. So to set this up again, in earlier streams we had taken a look at some houses in Japan that were more affordable than anything you could find in Western Europe and even in some parts of the United States. And I noticed something with a few of these houses when they went to Gunma Prefecture. They had these streamers out with the different flags of the world. And I noted to chat that I don't think that's by accident. I think that they're doing that on purpose because they're trying to entice international buyers. And a friend of the stream, Hinataki, chimed in and said, yes, you may be onto something with that. So, turns out there's an entire town of mass immigration going on in Japan, and it's rather interesting. You know, we've been hearing so much in the news about mass immigration being a negative for a lot of Western countries. This seems to be mass immigration done right. Let's take a look. 3, 2, 1, go.
Walking around here, you wouldn't think that we're in Japan right now, but we are.
¿Hablas español? No.
All the little signs are all written in Portuguese. There is
Portuguese
more
with Japanese
here than
yen.
Japanese. And it's a little bit louder. What's that music? Is that coming from someone's car?
Yeah.
Over 20% of the population
that-
is foreign, specifically from Latin America, with Brazil and Peru as the biggest residents here. This town has implemented the experiment of mass immigration.
But what kind of consequences would that bring to Japan, especially on a large scale? And would it outweigh the benefits?
esta época Japón ha abierto sus puertas para los países asiáticos, ¿no? Que tienen contratos por un año, van y regresan, pero ¿qué pasa? Que como no pueden controlar a todas las personas, ahora ha aumentado un poco la delincuencia.
Yeah, there's... By small, they mean relatively tiny increase in crime in Japan, which is to be expected with an increase in immigration. But yeah, normally that's the way it goes. That, you know, they get 1-year contracts to come to Japan, and then they have to leave. And now the game appears to be changing to where even the Japanese have realized, yeah, we're not... Pyonli, hello. Yes, per your request, we now have the light applause. Where was I? Oh, yes. Game appears to be changing now, and they're saying, yeah, we may need to let some people stay because, yeah, the natives aren't having enough babies.
This is Japan's experiment in mass immigration. Nishikoizumi in Gunma Prefecture is just 2 hours away from Tokyo, but it's part of Japan's dying countryside. That's why 30 years ago, the Japanese government brought thousands of foreigners here to work in the factories and revive the town. And this is how it looks today.
We are in a very unique place. And considering this is the Japanese countryside, you would never find this anywhere else. This
Interesting signage here. We've got some trilingual displays up here. We've got English words, roasted meat, rump. You've got obvious Japanese. I believe most of that's kanji. And asados. That's either Spanish or Portuguese. Very interesting trilingual signage.
is truly an experimental village, if you will. The first thing I noticed is there's a lot of deodorant. It's hard to find deodorant in Japan.
Yes. Little known thing that's not really talked about. The Japanese, they don't really sweat like the rest of us do. Katakana. Ah, okay. And they don't really have a tendency to smell after a while when you get a bit sweaty. Most of the rest of us, we get sweaty after a while. We also start to get a bit stinky. And, yeah, Japanese, they never really had that problem. The Asian gene, exactly. It's something on the genetic level. You know, it's just science. It is what it is. But, yeah, the rest of us in the Western world, we tend to sweat when we get hot. And after a while, that sweat tends to be breeding ground for bacteria and the like, and which causes the BO. So when you are a nation and a people that don't really have that problem per se, yeah, you don't really need to have a whole bunch of offerings in terms of deodorant. And then when you start opening your borders to a lot of tourism from people from the West, you get these moments that get captured on social media of people either feigning outrage or trying to stir up drama by showing Japanese people on the trains next to foreigners, and they're holding their nose because, I mean, you obviously have been running around and you've been working up a sweat and you stink. And they don't like being next to that. The smell is a bit offensive to them because they're also rather sensitive lot, olfactory-wise. So, yeah, that's created some issues. But good on this international grocer for providing providing some alternatives, providing some imported choices, some more variety of deodorizers to help tamp down on the BO. Then they get crusty earwax because of it. Oh, is that a thing? That's interesting. And too much perfume as well. Yes, we Westerners, we tend to wear a lot more perfume and cologne and fragrances, to the point where it becomes an assault on the senses of the Japanese. They are really not used to that sort of thing. So that has been an adjustment, especially, and I think a lot of this in recent years has just been the fact that for a couple of years Japan was completely closed off. We're not talking about the time before the period of the Meiji Restoration. We're talking about during the pandemic. They completely closed the borders. Unless you had citizenship or a permanent residency of some kind, nobody got in or out. And so I think they kind of got accustomed to not really having a whole lot of tourists around, and it was just themselves going about their business. And then all of a sudden they reopened the borders, tourists just flooded in, and I think they had forgotten, oh yes, tourists are different from us. They have a tendency to sweat more. They have a tendency to smell a bit more. So we kind of forgot that was a thing, and so now we're having to get used to it again, and it's been an adjustment. How do we evolve the non-stinky gene? At this point, it's going to take copious amounts of gene therapy, Megalum, that may end up producing man-made horrors beyond comprehension. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you'll ever see anything like that on this particular stream, chat. I'm just giving you a heads up on that. Anyway, let's keep going.
Sausages, cupcakes,
Olives.
So many olives.
Olives.
Portuguese books. Everything's written in Portuguese.
You need to practice your Portuguese.
Portuguese.
¿Hablas español? Un poquito de español. Ah, ¿por qué?
Mi prima.
¿Tu prima? Habla español. Peruana. ¿Tu prima es peruana y tú eres? Brasileña.
Okay, can I just say, their clerk here is an absolute gem, just so adorable. I would swear that she had stepped out of an anime. She's got this lovely smile and those eyes. Look at those eyes. Those are almost like anime waifu eyes there, I must say. So, yeah. It looks like the Portuguese people are making anime real now. So good on Portugal, good on the Portuguese and the Peruvians and the Portuguese and Spanish speaking peoples.
Y peruanos también. Obrigada.
Obrigada. Thank you for making anime real, love.
I studied Spanish so poorly in high school, I needed a translator. So we
Yeah.
have...
No habla español. Rex likes anime eyes. I can't have a weakness for anime eyes, you know. Doe-eyed sweet anime waifus, you know. Always been a weakness. Anyway. Instruments on another level. It's the Ninja Monkey.
You didn't know he spoke Spanish, but he's a native speaker,
Revert to ninja. Revert to monkey.
so he's gonna take me around. Let's go.
Yes, vámonos.
Vamos! Not fast enough.
Andale.
It may seem random for the Japanese government to open the immigration doors to South Americans, but it's actually reverse. immigration. Because you see, hundreds of years ago, Japanese people were the first ones to go to South America as laborers themselves. And their ancestors, millions of them, have Japanese blood in South America to this day.
You know, I think I remember hearing something about that, especially with Brazil. There's always been this very strong diplomatic relations between the Japanese and the Brazilians. And which also explains why the Brazilian passport, for all of its lack of visa-free travel to a lot of countries, including, I believe, the United States, shockingly, Japan remains one of those countries that Brazilians can travel to visa-free for, I don't know if it was 30, 60, 90 days.
Padre japonés. Así que, ¿cuánto tiempo lleva tu familia aquí? 30 años. 30 años.
30 years.
Sí, pero mi papá es japonés y mi mamá es peruano.
¿Y tú eres de Perú también? No, colombiano.
Colombian and Japanese.
By the 1990s, Japan was experiencing major labor shortages and decided to bring back the South Americans. But after being...
I recognize this footage. This is actually footage from 1990s Japan. Fun bit of trivia about it, though, chat. And we've watched this in watch parties on the Discord before. This was an early experiment in 1080i high-definition video done in the early 90s. Were you not aware of the decade, it almost looks like it was shot yesterday. It's just that good, and the images are so crisp and sharp. But yeah, that was fun to watch that.
Separated for so long could they reintegrate into Japan. And shortly thereafter, with the collapse of the bubble economy, would the South Americans still be willing to stay in Japan?
Yeah, a funny thing about Japan and Japanese culture is that once Japanese go abroad for international study, they come back and it's almost as though they are sort of set apart in different subgroup, not necessarily isolated, but there's this quiet, I don't know if you would call it subtext or sort of subconscious realization. It's something that's not really, I don't think, discussed openly, and that is that you tend to be regarded as a bit different after that. And there's almost this movement to sort of re-Nipponize a person who's done that, because the stranger, the foreigner's ways are just so different that it's sort of, we have to reintegrate you back into Japanese society and into our ways. It's a bit odd from the outside, but I suppose it's normal for them.
No, ¿por qué no?
En la cuestión así, si hablamos en los salarianos, mejor dicho.
Vale.
O sea, si tú comparas hoy en día, lo que más te pueden pagar en una fábrica aquí puede ser, ¿qué te digo? La hora, $12.
$12 a la hora.
$12 an hour.
Es por la devaluación que tiene la moneda.
Vale.
Si tú comparas con Estados
porque el yen está muy bajo ahora, vale.
Claro, ahora, yo estaba en Nueva York el año pasado,
Sí, claro.
Y me comí un hot dog, ahí en Manhattan, y así lo más simple, $5.
Sí.
$5, acá nadie te va a comprar un hot dog con $5. Nadie te va a comprar.
Yeah, no. Not in that economy. No. Japanese economy, you better be offering Costco hot dogs for $1.50. De-Westernization, I made up that word. I actually think that may be an actual word that is used purely. But yeah, it seems like that's the thing. Once Japanese students come back from international study or even international travel, there is this sort of quiet attempt at de-Westernization that that gets done. For us, it's rather strange. We don't really see too much wrong with our ways, but I suppose on some level the Japanese see it all as rather incompatible or possibly disrupting the social harmony, hence the attempt at de-Westernization to some extent.
O sea, hay esa diferencia, ¿no? Allá está más o menos la hora $18, aquí está 12 y esto. O sea, ha bajado mucho, no está como antes, ¿no?
Y está afectando a la gente.
Bueno, por lo general sí. O sea, hasta ahora...
¿Pero tú crees que eso afecta a inmigrantes para venir a Japón?
Es que, ¿cuál es el tema? El tema que aquí sí encuentras trabajo.
Here you can find work everywhere. Here there is work. In other places there is no work. The need to work, see if something makes you an immigrant. Interesting. Now there does seem to be, I mean, there is a need. There is a need in the Japanese economy, and not just for your standard garden variety English teachers and whatnot. No, they need people, mostly skilled labor. It's just the matter of the yen is quite weak these days, so I don't know if you can find a decent job at a decent company that has maybe not so much the Japanese standards of work expected of you. You know, the whole workaholism that is just endemic in Japanese society. That's great. But, I don't know. I see some of these. There's even one that I've got here that I'm going to take a look at offline. You know, jobs in Japan, $40,000 on average. And for a working professional like me who easily makes more than double that on the day job alone, that that's it's not exactly going to cut the mustard, is it?
Where there's work, immigrants will follow. There's a lot of work here. There's a lot of factories and there's a lot of work. So therefore,
what a concept. You keep the factories open and making things, and there's going to be jobs available, and people can find a decent job, earning a decent living. You know, even if it's not really much by Western standards and weak currency, cost of living is still relatively low in Japan. I mean, we've seen where the average cost of a house in America is about $300,000 to $400,000, depending on what market you're looking in. Whereas you can go into places like here in this town and other parts of Gunma Prefecture, and you can find a spacious house with room for 2-3 automobiles, you know, enough space for a family of about 3 or 4 people, maybe even 5, to fit comfortably and live comfortably. 200,000. Maybe even a little less. That's absolutely wild. Good to be proud of your culture, but if you're wondering why your people aren't having babies when they work 50+ hours a week, the problem might be the culture. Yes, no, there are definite issues with the culture, certain paradigm shifts that need to happen, and the work culture in most of Southeast Asia really does need to change. Right now, they are very much on a live-to-work mentality. This idea that if you're not working, if you're not breaking your back for 50+ hours a week, you're not working hard enough and you are somehow a bad person, when nothing could be further from the truth. There is so much automation, so many efficiencies, so many economies made to where that is no longer necessary to work that hard for that long. And we can still have a very productive, high-value economy. And it has not registered in the general populations of a lot of these countries. And so I think introducing immigrants, like what we're seeing here in Japan, these people who are willing to work hard, but they also come from countries and places where instead of a live-to-work mentality, they have a work-to-live mentality. To where they say, you know what, we're willing to work hard, but there's a limit. So you're going to need to meet us halfway here. Maybe we don't work 50-plus hours a week. Maybe we give you the standard 40. We work our asses off during those 40 hours, and then we all go home and we live our lives. And you don't expect us to go out drinking with the boss every night because he doesn't want to go home to his wife because he's, I guess, forgotten how to be intimate and happy with his wife and his children. It's like, we will give you 100% effort, 40 hours a week, every week, with the exception of major holidays. But when the bell rings, when the whistle sounds for quitting time, we all go home and live our lives. We all go home to our families. I think that's an effective compromise. When we're here at work, we give it our all. And then come quitting time, we return to our lives.
It doesn't matter what the pay is, as long as there's work, they're gonna come.
Look at that.
Oh, that looks tasty.
Sí, 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 original. Igual. Lo único que no le he puesto, lo que no le he puesto es culantro o cilantro.
Cilantro, vale.
Sí, porque de repente no te gusta, no sé.
No pasa, está bien. Mira, muy bueno, ¿eh?
Okay.
Just no cilantro in there.
Destroyed.
Well, it must have been good.
Best authentic Peruvian food.
50 hours a week, I work 40, so I'd need to work 2 more hours a day to catch up. To put things into perspective, I'd be at work at 8 a.m., leave by 6 p.m., get home by 7, bed by 10, up by 6. I'd only get 3 hours to myself a day. I suddenly need to shower and prepare for work the next day. I'd go mad. Exactly. 50-plus hours a week, that makes no sense. And so many people have admitted that most of that time, they're physically there, but they're not actually working. I'm convinced that most white-collar jobs these days, if we cut out the useless meetings, if we make systems more efficient, generally speaking, I think you could probably get most of white-collar corpo jobs done in about 6 hours a day rather than 8. Possibly even less. And frankly, I don't see this need in Japanese culture for people to stay any longer. And literally, you would have to wait for the boss to leave before you're allowed to go home yourself. And you'd also have to wait for most of your colleagues to leave before you yourself are allowed, before that social pressure lifts off of you to say, it's safe for me to go home now. With all the automation, I believe we could make a 4-day work week a reality, or change the culture to how it was 50 years ago when everything was closed on Sunday. I think so too. I think between AI and automation, yes, we could definitely have a 4-day work week. We could probably even have a 4-day work week, only 6 hours of work a day, with 3-day weekends every week, and just close everything on Sunday. Because, I mean, what do you need it open on Sunday for? I can understand essential services, like the greengrocer, maybe the corner druggist, the the petrol station. Most everything else, it can usually wait until Monday. Yeah, it can wait. But the essential things of being able to get food, be able to get petrol, be able to get household essentials like soap or, pick up a prescription or something like that from the pharmacy. I think those are reasonable exceptions, but yes, most everything else, you can go ahead and close it on Sunday. Not needed.
Food in all of the Tokyo area if you're looking for it. Gunma. You gotta
Tokyo
go to
area?
Kanto area. Just a 2-hour train ride from Tokyo, no big deal.
Funny thing is, 2-hour train ride to Kanto, there's plenty of people who make that commute. 2 hours from Gunma, from Kanto, into Tokyo for work. 5, sometimes 6 or 7 days a week. It's insane. I could never.
Hola.
I mean, it takes me almost an hour in traffic to get to my office 3 days a week. And I'm miserable, even with that. So that's another thing, this whole notion that somehow you're more productive. The corporate world has so brainwashed themselves into believing that somehow employees are more productive in open office spaces at a minimum 3 to 5 days a week because they'll collaborate or talk to each other and, team up on things and blah, blah, blah. I get into my office, I put headphones on, I don't talk to anyone unless I absolutely have to. And I hate the fact that I don't even have a proper full cubicle to work out of. I used to actually have an office set at my previous gig. And now I don't even have that. So in some ways, it's been a bit of a downgrade. But most of us don't talk to each other. Most of us don't collab. I think that's a lie that the executives in the C-suite tell themselves and tell everyone else because they are so invested in physical, commercial real estate. More specifically, office space. And they've committed to these long-term leases, and by God, they're going to make everyone suffer until that lease is up. Because somehow they think that if they can't trap you in an office, they can't wring every amount of productivity out of you. And so they've come up with these fake studies and fake polls and fake research and everything to try and to effectively propagandize, brainwash, gaslight, whatever you want to call it, bullshit people into thinking, oh yeah, no, you should be happy to return back to the office 3 to 5 days a week. Because more socialization and more productivity.
Make it so.
No, let's not make it so. As a matter of fact, we need to be going in the opposite direction. If you can get your work done from home, if it's the type of job like an email job, like what a lot of us in the white-collar professions have these days, do it from home. Do it from home 5 days a week. Thank you, I'm glad you think so. Welcome in, Stonistan.
¿Hablas español? Sí. ¿Hablas español? Sí. No. ¿De dónde eres?
Yo soy de Brasil.
De Brasil,
Sí.
pero hablas español.
Sí, ando en un tiempo.
¿Dónde viviste?
En Lima.
En Lima. en
Lima, Peru.
Porque,
¿Dónde?
bueno, yo soy de Gibraltar.
Ah, Gibraltar.
¿Conoces?
Sí. He escuchado, pero no voy a estar ahí.
Escuchado.
Sí.
Gibraltar.
Aunque está muy cerca de Portugal.
Sí.
Con que puedo leer un poquito de portugués.
Won't be for long, but been lurking in the other streams. Well, I appreciate the lurky, Stan. I could be 100 times more productive if it was culturally acceptable for me to ignore people. Yeah, I have quite often muttered the same thing under my breath, and may have once said it to my supervisor, that, gosh, if I didn't have so many meetings to go to, I could probably get some real work done. Employers be like, I said we are family. Yeah, their family can't really fire each other, though. The family can't really get laid off. I mean, of course, there's the trend of going no contact with family members over stupid bullshit, but yeah, family members can't really. You can't get fired from a family. You can't be laid off from a family. So that's another lie that they tell people in order to get them invested, in order to brainwash them into thinking that somehow your employers are your friends. Your employers are not your friends. To a certain extent, your co-workers are not your friends. And that's another thing I've just learned to be so on guard around my colleagues, and especially my supervisors, my bosses. It's like you do not under any circumstances let the mask slip. Hide your power levels. And never let anyone know what you're thinking. Other than what is acceptable and what they want to hear. Because especially I work in a company that there's a lot more women in my department than there are men. So that alone is already a recipe for disaster. And so now more than ever, it has become this almost like an art form, perfecting the art form of telling them exactly what they want to hear. And also playing a lot of things very close to the vest and not saying anything other than what is absolutely necessary. With great responsibility comes great responsibility. Yeah. It's very uncomfortable for me working around so many women. Just because the slightest misstep and all of a sudden, oh my gosh, we are taking one little thing we said out of context and running with that now, are we? Okay. And just having to... It's almost like having to deal with my ex-wife. And it's like these little things that you don't even think about, blowing them up into some big thing. And also just... It's like, okay, what... You can't win with these fucking people. It's like almost every day, every week. It's why one of my colleagues I was talking about, that we couldn't be at more opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of who we are as people, and yet we got on swimmingly because we're just very no bullshit kind of people. And even they were saying it's like I come into work every day. And it's like, okay, what am I doing wrong this time? Because that just seems like what we have at the middle management level that we're having to deal with on our level of to make themselves feel important and to make themselves feel like they're doing something, they have to find fault in some little thing that we're doing because, you know, there's always supposed to be feedback, blah, blah, blah. It's like, can't you just leave it alone? Can you please just leave it alone? And while you're at it, leave me alone to do my work. And, oh, by the way, I'm not a fucking mind reader. I need tasks, so give me a fucking task. Don't expect me to just know to do something right away. No. Sometimes you gotta tell the troops, fall into formation, here are your coordinates, go that way. Because again, not a fucking mind reader. You want something done, tell me to do it. And then they wonder why we've had at least 2 people that I know of quit in less than a year. Because that's what it's like to work for this company. Misogyny, Lamau. I work with 99% women, I understand you. Yeah, so, you know. And it never gets any easier. Anyway. Enough of the rants and tangents, let's keep going.
Pero este lugar es muy interesante.
Está en Oizumi, acá.
Oizumi.
Little Brazil.
Sí, y también latinoamericano,
Sounds like a nice place.
boliviano, peruviano, argentino, con que queríamos ver cómo es un lugar en Japón.
Que es un pequeño
Exactamente, exactamente, porque es un poquito famoso.
Por favor, queremos
¿Está bien? Gracias. Guaraná. Guaraná está bueno, ¿verdad?
Guarana. I do believe at one point that was being marketed in certain Western countries as the drink balls.
Guaraná is really good. Muy saludable, sí.
It's actually supposed to be an energy type drink.
Encantado de conocerte. Hasta pronto. For once, I'm useful.
Your language skills are useful in Japan now.
For once.
Spanish speaking,
How to
activated.
survive Japanese winter.
I gotta warm up.
People from the restaurant saw us in the cold and took us for coffee. Well, that was nice of them.
Yeah, shall we? Let's go. Yeah. Gracias.
でも東京の街高いものいろいろ。家賃とか。
まあ物価が高いです。
This is very true. Tokyo, and to a certain extent, Osaka and Kyoto, a lot of the really big cities, yeah. Tokyo, Osaka, and Kyoto, obscenely expensive. If you're willing to deal with the heat, you can head far west to Fukuoka, and to parts of Kyushu, and it's actually quite affordable over there, but again, stays relatively warm throughout the year and gets unbearably hot in the summertime. Hokkaido, you start heading up to Hakodate and Sapporo, and also rather inexpensive to live up there. Only trouble is, it gets incredibly cold in the wintertime, and we're talking about several feet or meters of snow packed in. So there's that to contend with. But on the bright side, summers are nice up there. Summers are very mild. I mean, you could be in the middle of summer in Sapporo, and you might still need a light windbreaker jacket going out, which that sounds absolutely lovely to me. I would take that anytime.
そうですね。で、うちはだいたい80平米。
860 square feet.
狭くは
Goodness.
ないけど、まあ家賃が高いです 何でも食事とか駐車代とか何でも高
Now
い
don't,
ですね
if you're going to help it, don't live in Tokyo. And frankly, I think I'd rather live in some of the smaller, in the smaller, less populated prefectures anyway.
家賃いくらですか？
いや、うちの家賃は50万円50万円毎月
$3,000 a month.
5万円じゃなくて50万
Good God. That's a mortgage payment for some people. And in some places, that's rent, utilities, and all of your bills and expenses in a month. That's obscene.
50万？本当に？
はい、
そんなに？
本当です
そんなに？
そんなに
じゃああなたお
高いもんで
金持ちな。
すいやいやいやいやお金持ちじゃないです
Yeah, they wish they were rich. We all do.
Estaba diciendo, el problema es...
No, el problema es sí, que cuando yo tengo tantos años aquí en Japón viviendo, ¿no? Así, tengo 35 años.
35
En
years
mi
as an
experiencia
expat.
propia, digamos, he tenido mis hijos, mi trabajo aquí, pero con mucho esfuerzo, ¿no? Sin salir de casa, sin tomarme una Coca-Cola para comprarme una casa.
She's had to make sacrifices. But I think where she's going with this chat, she's going to say that the sacrifices have been worth it. Shouldn't go out. Shouldn't go out to wild parties. Shouldn't go out drinking. Oftentimes foregoing a Coca-Cola, either from the grocers or from the vending machine. Scrimping and saving and bowing and scraping and doffing a cap and tugging off on her forelocks and just making those small sacrifices daily so that she can purchase a home for her family and live the dream. Welcome back, Pionne.
No salir a pasear. Quien lleva una vida así familiar, no es fácil vivir en Japón. No es un sueño que dice, voy a Japón y ganarme dólares. La vida no es así.
Yeah, no, you're not going to get rich moving to Japan.
Muchas horas de trabajo.
Yeah, and the current culture is now that they are going to try and work you to death. And that sort of culture, as Megalyn was talking about earlier, is partly to blame for the fact that young people are just looking at all this and just saying, what is the point? Why bother getting married? Why bother having children? Why bother purchasing a home? If I'm just going to have to work to the point where my brain rots out, my soul is sucked out in absolute drudgery, without purpose or meaning, being a cog in the machine, and to what end? For something I can't even enjoy. Like a home, or a family life, but even just a life outside of work in general. At some point, the C-suite types have got to realize there's more to life than work. And that each and every one of their employees is a human being with lives of their own to live outside of their working hours, and even to a certain extent within their working hours. And they're just going to have to realize and walk that talk that there are more important things in life than shareholders and shareholder value and making big line go up.
Casi ya no hablo español porque más trabajo que puedo estar con la familia, ¿no? porque las cuentas no paran, las casas, la comida, el colegio. Y si tuviera gastos así para pasear, se me va mi sueldo. ¿no?
Can't really afford to
Y al
travel.
otro día digo, uy, se me alcanza plata para comer, me voy a Disney.
Starve yourself so you can go to
Ya al otro mes no alcanza
Disneyland.
para la comida, tiene que usar tarjeta de crédito. Es difícil vivir en Japón. No es, digamos, dice que Japón es una maravilla.
Grass is always greener on the other side.
Un país de trabajo.
¿Y es mejor, diría tú, que es mejor vivir en Japón o vivir en Perú? Es la pregunta.
Bueno, en mi concepto, hace muchos años era mejor vivir en mi país, ¿no? Ahora, en esta época, es mejor vivir en Japón porque
Yeah,
Japón
Peru
es
used to be
un
better.
país,
Now Japan is.
te da seguridad, tranquilidad.
Yeah. You can't get security and trust can't. Not on that level. A lot of it comes from Japan for a long time being an ethnically homogenous ethno-state. Or a racially homogenous ethno-state. And so the gaijin, or the outsiders, are able to come in and enjoy the fruits of that because it was so different for so long. Grass is greener over there because I haven't fucked it up yet. Yeah, and that's going to be the challenge is how can they bring in immigrants from whatever it is they choose to bring them in from and not fuck up the security and tranquility part? Because let's face it, in the West, you can't really get that level of security and tranquility anymore. Not in South America, not in Central America, not even in parts of North America. A few tiny little parts of Western and Eastern Europe, maybe. But there's really nothing quite like it compared to Japan. Singapore, perhaps, but smaller landmass. It's already crowded there. And let's face it, the Big Brother surveillance state and police state makes its presence known quite obviously over there. A lot of people who have traveled between Singapore and Japan say they like both, but they like Japan a bit more because they feel a bit freer over there. They kind of feel like the surveillance state's not all up in your business in Japan. You're mostly left alone as long as you don't disrupt the social harmony. Don't cause a scene, don't disrupt the social harmony, and most everyone leaves you alone. Almost like you need a screening and onboarding process to get good people to come into your country. I know! What a concept, right?
Puede ser que mucho sacrificio para trabajar, no puedes ahorrar mucho dinero, pero la tranquilidad de un país pacífico, de pensar que puedes salir a la calle y no te sucede nada, pues Japón es el primer, yo pienso que es el.
You can't get that in Peru. Can't get that in a lot of places. But in Japan, it's about the only place in the world that I would say a single young woman is safe to walk the streets at night. Anywhere in Japan. Anywhere in Japan. There was one time that I was in Japan and I was not traveling alone. My then wife was with me at the time. And we were both out rather late. We were walking back to the hotel. And I just remember, and I even told her this later on, I was like, I had no worries or concerns whatsoever about your personal safety. I knew you were going to be safe and you were going to be all right. Not because I was there, but because even if I wasn't there, I knew you'd be safe. Because that's just how safe Japan is. It's messed up with the way to protect yourself from problems on the street is to be the problem on the street. Yeah.
País que te da seguridad, que puedes salir no solamente nosotros, la familia, los hijos. ¿Estás seguro que tus hijos van a regresar en la noche tranquilos? Sin que...
Children can walk to school or take the train by themselves to get to their schools. And they'll be perfectly fine. Children can go out to the local greengrocer and do the shopping for their parents. And the parents don't have to worry about their children getting snatched up off the streets by some weirdo, some maniac. Raiders, welcome in. Ruby, how was Fortnite? Get you some shout-outs here. For those of you, if it's your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber. And we're doing some video reacts about travel and culture. Right now in Japan, but we're going to take a look at some other places. Fork knife. Knife and fork. It is the night of Fort. Played the Ghost game. Ah, yes, the Fortnite version of Phasmophobia. Well, I hope you had fun. Do feel free to do the usual after-stream care, you know, if you are able. But yeah, feel free to settle in and let's get on with the video.
Y los hayan robado, asaltado, sin que hayan pasado otras cosas difíciles, ¿no? Cambio en país latino hay mucha violencia.
Oh, that's putting it mildly.
Muchos asaltos, muchos delincuentes, gente criminales,
sí.
¿no? Y que no sabemos que al otro día vamos a regresar a la casa o de repente ya no regresamos más. Yo pienso que Japón es un país muy pacífico.
¿Tú naciste en Japón o
nací en Perú?
En Perú.
Yo tengo 35 años y vine a Japón, pero yo me siento peruana.
Ajá. ¿Te aceptaron?
Claro, los japoneses no nos miraban como cosas raras. Pensamos que éramos marcianos.
Yes, I mean, yeah, that's normal in Japan. Again, we are talking about a nation and a people and a culture that was so isolated from the world for hundreds of years. And even in recent years, spent about, roughly 2 or 3 years, once again, at least partially isolated from the world. That mentality does not go away, even for generations. And then there was the whole thing going on with World War II. So yeah, that's actually quite normal behavior from the Japanese to look at anyone who looks different to them as a bit weird and like you're an alien from another planet. Many such cases in a lot of Southeast Asian countries, not just Japan. You also saw it to a certain extent, or still see it in China, sometimes in Vietnam. I mean, it's just you're coming from an entirely different world from theirs. So yeah, they're gonna look at you like you're strange and exotic. And most of them will be friendly about it. Most of them will be curious and have many questions. It's up to you how you're going to react to those questions. Are you going to take offense to them, or are you going to be genuinely understanding and not try to drama farm from those questions and try to cancel people and a culture and a nation that really couldn't give two shits about your whole cancel culture thing. Because, yeah, you can scream, oh my gosh, you can't ask that question. That's a racist question. That's a culturally insensitive question. I think we've pretty well established by this point, Asians in general do not give a fuck about that sort of thing.
Porque se sorprendían, ¿no?
¿Y ahora ha cambiado la cosa?
Sí, ha cambiado bastante.
¿Cómo? Y están más acostumbrados a veros.
Yeah, they're more used to it now.
Cuando te escucha, ¿no? Están más acostumbrados cuando escuchan otros lenguajes.
Sí, cuando escuchan otros lenguajes así, ellos dicen, ah, es de Perú, ah, soy. Dicen, se ponen contentas, como que se alegran, como que ha cambiado bastante la comunidad japonesa, ha cambiado bastante con los latinos. Claro que sí, ¿no? Porque todavía hay japoneses que son muy reservados y piensan de que solamente entre japoneses, ¿no? Y
That's natural. That's natural. Like sticking to like. And in many ways, there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone needs, to a certain extent, a safe space, or like, I hesitate to call it a bubble because of the connotations with that. But everyone needs those spaces in life, those sort of compartmentalized spaces where a domain, I think that's a better term, Phalanx, thank you. A domain where they can sort of let the shields down. You know, obviously you've got two different cultures here, of Japanese and Gaijin, and so you're going to be, like she said, a bit reserved. You're going to have your shields up, and that's going to be on both sides. Both need a certain domain. It's almost like what we heard about third spaces. Maybe there's a need for like a second or fourth space where you can be a bit shields down about certain things. And, you know, as you start to have more interaction between Japanese and Gaijin, then you start to realize, okay, safe to let the shields down a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Over time, it's like, okay, we're friends now. We're good here. We can let the shields down. They're good people. Not always going to be like that. Depends on the individual, but I think you get my point. Platzi, thank you for following over on Kick.
Todavía hay, ¿no? Todavía existe, ¿no? Existe más que todas las personas antiguas, ¿no? Pues las personas modernas yo creo que ya no existe eso.
Yeah, younger people are going to be a bit more open-minded about that sort of thing.
Friends, random friends. That's Latin American hospitality.
But she's quite right about that.
Yeah, you got yeah, that was amazing. And we just met them randomly at a restaurant. Who would have known?
They actually came looking for us.
Who would have thunk
they
it?
were looking for us?
Yeah.
They were driving around
Yeah.
looking for us?
She said that she was looking for us because she wanted to have a coffee
They're
with us.
stalking you out, Pearl.
Yeah.
They're following you.
Wow,
They're spying on you.
No.
Oh, wow.
Congrats on making it to the very end of this wholesome video. Pay us
That was
back
quite a
with
wholesome
like
video.
and
Nice.
subscribe to both me, Oriental Pearl, and my friend Ninja Monkey, and we'll bring you more videos just like this. Remember, I'm trying to get to 2 million subscribers by the end of this year. So help make that
1.35, you're well on your way.
And in the meantime, enjoy some other videos, and I'll see you in the next one.
That's some good content. I like that. Let's see. Let's do a few more Japan videos here. Abroad Japan has got 2 of them. A lot of year left too, yeah. It's still early days. I think she'll make it. She'll get to 2 million before the end of the year. And she's got good content. Everybody please go follow Oriental Pearl. Really, really good stuff there. Let's see. Abroad in Japan has got a new one. 2 new ones, in fact. I'll bet you weren't expecting the Lord Rexworth stream to turn into Coast to Coast AM, but I'm not Art Bell, may he rest in peace. But yeah, apparently there's a rural Japanese town that is a UFO hotspot. Let's take a look. But first we're going to go to Scotland in the early 90s.
One misty evening in August 1990, 2 men were hiking in the Scottish Highlands when they spotted a rather strange-looking object. An object with no visible means of propulsion, simply hanging silently and motionlessly in the sky. Suddenly gripped with fear, the men took cover behind a tree, barely able to process what they were seeing. But fortunately, one of them had a camera and the presence of mind to use it.
Oh, that
As the
is
shutter
wild.
clicked, the silence was shattered by the roar of a Harrier jet tearing through the clouds, circling the strange diamond-shaped craft as if it were preparing for a confrontation. And then, without warning, the object shot straight upwards and vanished, leaving only questions behind. The photo they captured that day has since been called the greatest UFO photo ever taken.
Aliens.
There's footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are. We can't explain how they moved. They did not have an easily explainable pattern.
When we talk about sightings, the other thing I will tell you is it's not just a pilot or just a satellite. Usually we have multiple sensors that are picking up these things. There's actually quite a few more than have been made public.
What do you think is the most likely hypothesis?
I think some of the phenomena we're going to be seeing might in fact be some type of activity that some might say constitutes a different form of life.
We do have to keep in mind, chat, a lot of these people, like John Brennan, Barack Obama, a lot of these people, notorious members of the US deep state, a lot of them notorious disinformation agents as well, prone to disseminating a lot of disinformation. The fact that John Brennan cannot even look at the camera and say that with a straight face is telling. So that, I think, take what all of these people are saying with a grain of salt, please. And whatever it was, if they were to say it's aliens or no, it's not aliens, either way, be skeptical. Aliens are demons. The CIA is trying to redirect them from something they're doing. You can't change my mind. It could be. Could be otherworldly demonic forces at work. We don't know. We don't know because no one in government's going to be fucking honest about that sort of thing.
I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
Non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity, and there are unelected people in the government that are aware of that.
You know, when I tell friends I'm interested in UFOs, the reactions are predictably mixed. Some roll their eyes, others are confused as though I've just announced I'm joining a cult in rural Wales. And yet, look, I get it. I'm a cynic.
The very low, dramatic and mysterious lighting is not helping your cause, Chris. The green banker's lamp, the overhead white light that is very heavily diffused, and probably the exposure has been lowered on the camera, and yeah, the darkroom lamp and everything. Yeah, great aesthetics, not helping your cause.
Cynical man by nature. I may have stayed in the most haunted prison in the UK and Japan's most haunted hotel, but I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in the paranormal, because a belief in the paranormal requires a leap of faith or a personal experience, something I simply haven't had in 35 years. But UFOs are different. The barrier to entry is lower, simply because we have physical data to pore over, whether that's photographs or military-grade footage, or eyewitness testimony from trained pilots and military officials. It's not about jumping to conclusions about aliens or little green men. That's always been the problem with this subject. It's simply about trying to explain the unexplainable. And I'll comfortably admit, in the past 5 years, I've fallen down something of a rabbit hole. Because if you keep your eyes and ears open to the news, whatever you believe in this subject, undoubtedly, something rather strange is going on. In 2017, the UFO topic was...
I mean, that statement we know, that much is undeniable. Yes, something strange has happened. A lot of strange things have happened. And in chat, do you believe that we're being watched by aliens? I think it's highly possible. I think statistical probabilities that we are not alone in this galaxy and in this universe, I think that's, quite possible.
Blown wide open when the New York Times published an article revealing the Pentagon had quietly spent $22 million on a secret program called ATIP, the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. Alongside
$20 million, that's it? Those are rookie numbers.
Inside the article were 3 now iconic videos showing declassified footage of what the US government called unidentified aerial phenomena. After all, the acronym UFO has something of a stigma attached to it historically. And anyway, a year later, the Pentagon confirmed.
Right, well, what was that?
Historically. And anyway, a year later, the Pentagon confirmed.
What do you want to bet that's fucking Natsuki?
The first video is footage from what is now referred to as the Tic Tac incident, taken in 2004 off the coast of Southern California. Infrared footage shows a white, oblong object, described as a Tic Tac, hovering mid-air, then suddenly zipping out of frame at high speed, with no visible propulsion, no wings, and no exhaust view. And most notably, a pilot, Commander David Fravor, happened to see it visually, saying it dropped tens of thousands of feet in seconds and moved unlike anything he'd ever seen.
There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal
The iPhone on the selfie stick is very distracting.
axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. There, the controller had told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space.
The second video, known simply as Gimbal, was filmed 11 years later off the east coast of the US by a Navy fighter jet using a targeting pod. In the video, a disc-shaped object with a glowing aura rotates mid-air and flies against strong headwinds, with pilots audibly reacting to what they're witnessing. And it's hard to really know what is going on, given how fuzzy the object appears to be.
And it's not even...
And finally, the
like it's
Go Fast
nothing.
video from 2015 shows a small object skimming across the ocean at high speed. Once again, there's no wake, there's no exhaust trail, or obvious means of propulsion.
I'm sure that's not a
skeptics argue that
bird.
it might be a parallax effect of the jet in the air filming something far down below on the ground. With that in mind, it could be as mundane as a balloon. But just as compelling as the acknowledgement of the ATIP program was the man behind it, Luis Elizondo, a former US Army counterintelligence officer. In interviews, he revealed that these videos...
I don't need or want to know about UFO classified files because I simply refuse to believe anything the government says. Yeah, to know whether or not the government's lying to you, just are they moving their lips? Is there noise coming out of their mouths? I want a logical, well-explained reason as to why they chose to hide all of this info. Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to get something like that. Worried about some sort of technological advantage being taken for some... No, that doesn't really work, does it? No. I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't even know if they know at this point.
are simply the tip of the iceberg, and that far more compelling video evidence exists. Footage that the US government has refused to release, citing national security concerns.
Do you think any government has...
What national security concerns?
UAP. It is my belief that the United States is in possession of exotic material, and unfortunately, that's about all I can say at this time.
Ultimately, Elizondo claimed...
Wait, you believe? You don't know? I thought you were like one of the lead blokes in the program. It's like, why the fuck don't you know with certainty?
Working within the US government and closely with defense contractors, have been retrieving non-human technology and biological remains for over 70 years. But I think for a lot of people, myself included, who've had a kind of passing interest in UFOs, these headlines really made a lot of people sit up and start taking a renewed interest in the subject. I mean, it all started to sound like a plot from a sci-fi film, and it was about to get a heck of a lot weirder.
My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force and most recently at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency.
David Grush, a former intelligence officer, claimed under oath to Congress that the US had recovered non-human craft with a crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, having interviewed 40 witnesses over a period of 4 years.
I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
Do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
That's where we are.
Never believe anything until it's been officially denied. Chat. That is classic rule of thumb when dealing with the government. Never believe anything until it has been officially denied. That to me sounded like an official denial. That to me also sounded like an admission that, yeah, we may have achieved first contact with extraterrestrials, and we may be communicating with them through sort of unofficial back channels right now. As to what those communications are, I don't know. I have no idea. But I'm also the belief that such things should not be kept a secret. That such mind-blowing, groundbreaking news needs to be aired out in public and just let the chips fall where they may. Whatever happens, happens. Because whatever happens is going to happen. And this incessant need to control this sort of information, it only makes things worse, and it never really works long term. People are going to find out about it. People are going to talk about it. And ultimately, that sort of control is really just an illusion. People say you'd need a ton of people to cover something up, but what if there's nothing to cover? What if all the files are blank and the people talking are intel community officers? Same deal as lying to the Russians about our tech during the Cold War. Yeah. It could be this is all just a giant bullshit operation. That so much of this is just that old St. Armstrong line of, my sources, I made it the fuck up. There is always that possibility. And there's also the possibility that, yes, we are alone in the universe. That cannot be ruled out still with any sort of absolute certainty. All this footage that we just saw could just be top secret military experiments that other parts of the military and government, they didn't get the memo on, and so they got caught. And then later on in the briefing, they had a nice man from the CIA or some other MIB agency come in and tell this lot, you saw nothing, And if you go public about this, we're going to fuck your shit up so badly. We've got 6 ways to Sunday of getting to you, and to your family, and to your friends, and anyone else you hold dear. So remember, lads, loose lips sink ships, so shut the fuck up. Nod your head north and south, get the fuck out of here, get back to work.
Today, in this sort of strange space where many officials appear to hint at something rather mysterious, others outright just say there's non-human intelligence and the government is hiding it. Whatever way you look at it, it's a lot to take in. You know, at times I feel like a pendulum swinging between skeptic and being a believer. A few years ago, when all this started coming out, I would say I went closer to being a believer. You know, there were too many videos, too many reports and headlines. It felt almost like there was a sense of momentum. There was some sort of disclosure happening. But on the other hand, part of me struggles. You know, in a world with 7 billion smartphones, people with cameras in their pockets, why is everything so goddamn blurry all the time? And with AI and deepfakes now, how can we really trust any modern day footage? Still, I wonder, maybe we do have all the evidence we need and we've simply ignored it or discounted it over the years. And Lord knows, if I was non-human intelligence, I would be far more interested in a huge nuclear-powered aircraft carrier going around the sea, as opposed to observing mere civilians. And of course, those locations that do have high-tech infrared military sensors capable of potentially capturing these craft. And what about the people making these outrageous claims, like David Grush, like Luis Elizondo? They seem measured, eloquent, and their credentials really do check out. They aren't random internet personalities. These are people who swore under oath with reputations and careers on the line. Sure, you could...
Now, that being said, there's plenty of people who put their reputations and careers on the line and swear and under oath something, and it still turns out they're lying, and not a goddamn thing happens to them. So we have to sort of keep that in the back of our minds too.
Say they have something to gain financially. I mean, in the case of Luis Elizondo, his book Imminent was a New York Times bestseller. He does speaking tours. He is undoubtedly financially invested in this subject. But ultimately it comes down
That's possible, but it's also that they've got certain narratives and certain systems to protect. And I'm sure some of these people have handlers that tell them in no uncertain terms, you will go out and get in front of this and say whatever needs to be said. In fact, we will even give you the script that you need to go off of in order to protect these narratives and to protect these systems and protect these rackets. And if you don't do that, then we will fuck up your shit. So do as you're told. Be a good little sock puppet and say the lines.
Two unsettling possibilities. Number one, a number of highly credible individuals have been completely misled. And honestly, that might be a more terrifying idea than UFOs, given these are people often at the top of government positions.
These are a lot of the same people that are in that cadre of intelligentsia that claimed that there were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, that COVID-19 originated from a wet market rather than a lab somewhere in Wuhan. Same people that parrot diversity as our strength. A lot of these accepted truths that somehow international global free trade is a good thing and tariffs are bad, that Russia is engaging in this massive disinformation campaign to undermine our democracy, read our bureaucracy, copyright mark, registered trademark, all rights reserved. These people have lied to us before, either because they were terribly misled, or they were intentionally trying to mislead the world. These were, in a way, what the people that David Bowie was singing about a long time ago. Not just the man who sold the world, but the men who sold the world.
number two, something really is happening. Something that defies our understanding of physics, technology, and perhaps reality itself. Now, I've been wanting to make this video for years, partly for my own sanity. You know, I feel like there could be something huge going on, and it is slowly being drip-fed to the public. Like, when I think about it, if I was in the government and I wanted to announce the presence of non-human intelligence, the best way to do that would be slowly and surely warm people up to the idea. Like, think about it, if the government outright announced right now that there was non-human intelligence here operating on planet Earth, think of the absolute panic, the fear.
Ontological shock, the disorientation and anxiety that arises when something challenges your core beliefs about reality. How many times have we had that happen in the past 5, 10, 15 years, maybe in the past 20 plus years, chat? How many times can you recall in your life and in the lives of others around you experiencing a form of ontological shock? I, for one, have noticed in the past 5 years alone that we've had so many of those happening that we've got whole generations of people that have been traumatized from those types of ontological shocks, to the point where I wonder if they will ever recover from it. Some of it the result of negligence by the ruling powers that be, some of it induced deliberately by the ruling powers that be. And honestly, when you intentionally do that sort of thing, maliciously, not with the intent to wake someone up from a fever dream or bring them back to reality, bring them back to what is genuinely real, but in a malicious way, to try and using an ontological shock, almost like in an attempt to gaslight them or something like that, or to propagandize them in some way. That, I think, is starting to get into the level of war crime.
The terror that would ensue. And what better way to inform the public than doing it slowly? And clearly, it's kind of working, because 42% of the American population believes in UFOs. And the question I ask myself is, why do I have an interest in this, or a belief in it perhaps, more than my friends around me, who are, as I've said, fairly skeptical? Like, does having an interest in science fiction predispose you to the subject? In a weird way, you know, do you want it to be true?
It
do
does.
You want to believe? And the answer is yes and no. Like, on the one hand, yes, I do want to believe that there's more going on than this. I do want to believe that there is other life out there in the universe, that it's not just one big, cold, barren place. And
It's like going back to that old line about, and Alexander wept for there are no more worlds to conquer. Something within each of us, it's like the knight constantly yearning for the quest, the soldier longing for enemies to fight in the next war, or the explorer wanting to see the next frontier and to see what's out there. That yearning, that curiosity, that near insatiable thirst. We want to know that there's something bigger out there. Each of us at some point in our lives, we ask, is this all that I am? Is there nothing more? We crave more. We need more. That is what separates us as humans from the rest of the animal kingdom and from the rest of the primordial soup. Welcome back, Ruby.
And yet, on the other hand, as a kid, I found E.T. absolutely fucking terrifying. And I don't want him to be real in any way, shape or form. Honestly, I don't know what to believe. What I do know is I don't simply want to sit here any longer and read headlines on the subject. I don't want to read this. I want to go out and do my own goddamn research. And it just so happens there's a village up in rural North Japan that's famed for being a UFO hotspot, with a man who claims to have seen something highly unusual in the sky back in the late 1970s.
I find that very interesting. Fukushima, of all places. Stuck in bed for a bit until my stepdad could pick me up. Had to get ready for work. Understood, Ruby. Take your time.
I've never actually met a first-hand UFO witness before, especially somebody who's had their story as highly publicised as this guy has. So let's hit the road, let's catch the train to Fukushima, find out what's going on, and when we get back, well, talk more about this. Now, while the government might be covering up knowledge of UFOs, one thing that isn't a conspiracy...
Sponsor time!
Internet service provider knowing what you're up to, and that is where today's sponsor, ExpressVPN, comes in. ExpressVPN encrypts your internet traffic, masks your IP address, and allows you to access geo-restricted content. Admittedly, the first time I used ExpressVPN, it was to access websites back home in the UK that I had trouble with in Japan. But by switching quickly and effortlessly to a UK-based server, I've never had any problems since. Best of all, with multiple streaming services like Disney and Netflix, streaming services of different shows...
I'm just going to put that there in the chat. Over on Twitch.
in each and every country, and by changing your location you could have access to thousands of extra shows. For example, if you want to watch Studio Ghibli films in Japan, simply switch to the UK, click the button, and it's Hello Miyazaki all the way. It really is that simple. So whether you want to access a website that's blocked in your country or take your internet security to the next level, you can find out how to grab 4 months free by clicking on the link in the description box below or going to expressvpn.com/abroad in Japan. And don't let annoying regional internet get in your way again. With our interview arranged with our UFO witness, Miura-san, I take the Shinkansen 300 kilometers north to Fukushima City to meet up with Ryotaro, who's waiting to drive us on into the wilderness, to the mysterious rural village of Ino.
Morning. Welcome to Fukushima.
Purveyor of exotic sweaters.
So what is going on in Ino town?
After the nuclear disaster, there have been a lot of scientists gathering in this area to monitor the area, not only the radiations but also collecting all sorts of data. So they've been probably monitoring the sky as well. That might be one of the reasons why the sightings are being increased. Over decades, right, a multiple number of people have seen UFOs. There's a mountain there, and the mountain seems like that attract the UFOs.
What exactly?
I can already hear a lot of the conspiracy theorists' gears turning in their head of, oh my gosh, the nuclear disaster in Fukushima, that was just a cover-up. It was a way of covering up the truth about the UFOs in Fukushima. You know some idiot is going to say something about that on 4chan.
People see?
Well, UFOs that moves in incredible speed, not in a way that you would see in the airplanes or helicopters or anything like that.
So the person we're going to meet now actually claims to have seen a UFO?
Yes, Miura-san. I only talked to him on the phone, so this is the first time we're meeting. But he said that he actually saw a UFO at that very mountain that we are going.
It's pretty cool to think the place we're going is the town with the most UFO sightings in Japan.
Yes.
Whatever is going on there, it's pretty intriguing.
Oh, definitely. There should be a reason why this place that we are going has got more sightings, right? I mean, there are many mountains in the whole Tohoku area. It's thousands of mountains, and I was just wondering why UFO actually chose this very mountain to be attracted to.
Yeah, what's in those mountains? Is it all? Are they actually Bonneville headquarters? Like Bonneville headquarters masquerading as mountains? The world wants to know.
You'll know when you've arrived in Ino village thanks to the alien poking out from behind the sign. That being said, the village stands out from its backdrop, given it lies at the foot of Mount Sengan-Mori, a conical 400-meter mountain that almost looks like an artificial pyramid.
I'm glad somebody else pointed it out.
And here at the base lies the International UFO Lab, a site that's become the go-to place for Japan's UFO enthusiasts. Opened in 1992, it's home to a staggering collection of 3,000 photos, videos and materials associated with UFOs. And some of Japan's most compelling photos remain on display, many of which I've never seen published anywhere else.
There's some pretty compelling photos here in the museum, and of all the photos, this is my favourite. It was taken in 2018 up a mountain, 2,450 metres, by some hikers. They were taking photos of the mountain, and then afterwards, after they took a look at the photos, they realised there was an object here in the sky. Don't know what it could be. Clearly not an aircraft. Doesn't look like a bird either. I always find those the most interesting photos, the ones where you take a photo and only afterwards realise you got something. And in this case, God knows what they've got there. That's a genuine UFO. This is a map of all the UFO sightings across Japan. You'll notice in Tokyo there's a huge concentration of sightings, but the second biggest concentration is actually up here in Fukushima, where we are right now. Each one of these oranges has multiple sightings. For example,
I wonder how many of these you could do an overlay of where Godzilla has fought monsters in the movies before.
where we are, there was a sighting in about 1974. It says an entire school of children saw 10 UFOs. It's unusual that this area in particular has this number of sightings, especially given the rest of Tohoku.
Yeah, what's with that?
Clearly
Why
unusual is happening.
Why this area of all places?
It's not long before Miura-san...
Is it because of the nuclear plant? Or is it something else?
himself appears, and I'm instantly struck by how unassuming he is. This isn't a man who strikes me as somebody who wants publicity. And after showing us a drawing of the
Rather
UFO
banal-looking
witnessed
bloke.
almost 50 years ago, above the summit of Mount Sengamori, he begins to tell his story.
UFO を見たのはですね、昭和52年10月です。
1977 is nearly 50 years ago.
帰り、バイクに乗りまして帰宅途中ですけども、
Retired rice farmer.
5時半頃ですかね。
Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem.
千貫森の真上からはオレンジ色
And
の
the stretch.
円盤なんですが、2、30機編隊を組んでですね、音もなし、本当にオレンジ色の円盤がですね、ゆっくりとこう自分の真上を
That's so
飛んでい
weird.
ったっていうのが記憶にございます。で、その光がすごく眩しい光で、だいたい時間的には10分歩かないか、そんな感じでした。この世のものではないなという感じで、思い出しています。今この近くの方々にあ僕たちいるんだよっていうこんな感じで伝えられてるのかなと思いますね。
Really interesting hearing Miura-san's story. And you have to wonder, what the heck did he see? I honestly don't know. Something like an ember in the sky. You instantly think, could it have been a fire, maybe? A fire on the mountain? Somebody doing a bonfire or something? But then he said he saw it in formation. And so, I really don't know.
We decide to climb up the summit of Mount Sengamori, where he spotted the UFO, to see if we can find out anything unique about the mountain. The summit is said to be a popular spot for various occult gatherings, and sure enough, as we arrive at the top,
Well,
we
of
spot
course.
a man who appears to be saying a few words with a series of bizarre hand gestures that neither Ryotaro nor myself have ever seen before. And after declining the opportunity to be on camera, he disappears back off down the mountainside. Sengamori objectively has one thing going for it though. The rock beneath the mountain is highly magnetic, something the
That is
village
true.
encourages travellers to test out with a rather surprising item in a can.
So we've reached the summit of Sengamori, and it's eerily peaceful and quiet up here, with jaw-dropping views across all of Fukushima. Perhaps the only thing more mysterious than this mountain is this. A compass in a can. I've never seen one. You probably haven't either.
Senganmori Power Stone Pinkata Stone Can. That is odd.
This mountain is comprised of a very magnetic kind of rock, and they've put some in this can, and you can test it with a little compass. So, without further ado, there's the rock, and there is our compass.
Let me just check, okay? Doo. Ho, ho, ho. It does. Look. Wow.
I would... Okay, the compass was also in the can. I would want to test that out with an additional compass. Hopefully they brought an extra one with them.
Wow. So it is highly magnetic, huh? Look. Wow.
And also just to, I guess, as a control portion of the experiment, maybe if they manage to, I don't know, dig up some of that same rock from around here, that would also help to sort of verify all of this. I mean, I know it's just a little thing. It's just a bloody piece of rock in a compass and a can. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm skeptical. This is where the skepticism starts to kick in for me, chat.
This supposedly why is one of the reasons why this whole place, the mountain, attract UFOs.
UFOs love magnets.
That's what they say. I like it.
I wonder if that could be true.
Look at that. It's fun.
And I wonder if there's any sort of correlation with other parts of the world that have seen multiple UFO sightings. I wonder if the magnetism of whatever's in the soil and the rock has anything to do with that. Really makes you wonder.
This is what fun looks like when you're 52.
Whether it's magnetism, radioactivity, or something else in play here, Eno Village has left me with more questions than answers. One thing's for sure, the village itself makes a rather anomalous backdrop here in North Japan.
What do you believe, having been to the town?
So I've been here and then meeting Miura-san and hearing his stories, seeing all these pictures, it made me a bit more open-minded, tolerant about things that are beyond my comprehension, I guess.
It's hard to know what to think, really. It is an unusual town. There's no two ways about it. Meeting Miura-san really was the most interesting aspect, though. And it's creepy to think he saw it literally right here, right above where we are now, right? In formation. I always like to play devil's advocate when I come to these places and imagine everything that's said is true. And when you come up here, look out across the mountains of Fukushima, you can imagine it. You can imagine it to be true. Especially knowing just over those mountains is the second largest nuclear disaster in, history. Yeah, it's an odd place.
So having spent 5 years sort of invested in the subject and having now gone to Eno town, what do I think about all of this? Where do I stand? And like I said earlier on, it feels like being on a pendulum, constantly swinging between skeptic and believer, right? The story of this Calvin UFO is absolutely fascinating. What do I think this is? Well, back in 1990, when those two guys were hiking through the mountains of Scotland and they saw this object in the sky, took a photo. They were working as chefs at a hotel in a town nearby. The photo got sent to a journalist, and that journalist sent it to the Air Force to try and work out what the hell was going on. In the days that followed, one of the workers at the hotel saw a car approach the hotel with two men in it who walked up to the chefs, had a conversation with them and put the fear of God into them. In fact, those two chefs disappeared off the face of the earth not long after. And to this day, the man that took this photo remains a bit of a mystery. What's most incredible about this photo is for many years, we only had copies of it and drawings because this original photo remained hidden for about 20 years, only coming out in 2022, when the journalist who had a copy of this photo rediscovered it in his garage and actually shared it publicly. And Sheffield University actually did a report that's about 30 pages long, investigating what it was and what they believed it to be. And it's a fascinating read. I'll put it in the description box below. But the verdict is, it is a real object. And in all likelihood, it probably is some form of military technology, because this photo, taken in August 1990, was snapped around the time of the First Gulf War, when military assets were being shifted around Europe, and in particular in the UK. Like, it has the characteristics of some form of stealth craft. It's not too dissimilar looking from the stealth fighter, the Nighthawk, that was deployed in the Gulf War itself. But
that is possible, yeah. The shape and everything, that would make sense. That would quite possibly make sense.
Maintain an open mind, and the story behind the photo is almost...
Verdict, possibly experimental radar evading dirigible. Ultimately uncertain. That's possible. I mean, it's said that the original Roswell UFO sightings were in a location and ultimately believed to be experimental aircraft that would eventually become the first generation of stealth fighter jets.
Almost as fascinating as the photo itself. My second favourite photo amidst this pile is this one, 1971 in Costa Rica. A geographical survey was being undertaken in Costa Rica. An airplane was taking photos of the coastline, and when they looked back, they found this anomalous metallic object floating in the sky. Again, to this day,
Photo taken by aerial photographer Sergio Loaiza as he flew over Costa Rica on a mission to survey land for the construction of a hydroelectric project.
it's never been solved. To those of you that are interested in the subject, my favourite book is called UFOs. It's by Leslie Keane. It's simply a book that lets military...
Forward by John Podesta. Uh-huh. Yeah, I see names like John Podesta, and that alone starts raising some red flags for me.
Officials, government officials tell their story around the world. There's no assumptions, no conclusions. It's simply just interesting people telling their story about bizarre, unexplained phenomena that they saw. But I am curious as to what you guys think. Hopefully you don't think I'm completely bonkers. If somebody has a story of a UFO or an object they've seen, hear them out. Don't dismiss it. Try and work out what they saw and what could be going on. And on the flip side of that, if there is a fairly obvious suggestion as to what that might be, in the case of a video the other day, I saw some people filming at night a strange object without any means of propulsion that, in all honesty, was simply a fucking seagull.
Did you see that? Oh my god!
It's just as important to be skeptical and to call this stuff out as it is to be open-minded. And if you ask me where I am right now on the pendulum, swinging between skeptic and believer, I really don't know, honestly. Maybe slightly more towards believing than being a skeptic. Because if all these people are lying or exaggerating or have been misled, you know, then that is equally as frightening as non-human intelligence being present here on planet Earth. And I'm bloody curious as to what you think, more now than ever. Thanks for watching, guys, and well, I'll see you in the next one. Do you think you'd be comfortable coming up here alone at night, sitting down,
waiting for aliens
waiting
to come?
Waiting to be taken?
Or taken? Oh, it depends on where to.
Well, they're not taking you to Tenerife, are they? On
That's
a
what I was
fucking holiday.
thinking, exactly.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
If aliens are going to kidnap you, at least they should take you somewhere nice. We'll give that a like. That's good content. We'll hold off on the other one. Probably till next week, chat. Let's see. While we're on the subject of travel, and since we're in Japan, let's take a look at one from Travel Geek here. Staying overnight at Japan's $42 old ryokan hotel that no one knows. Hoshidekan. Let's do this. Oh, this is lovely. A lot of old world charm here. Oh my. Old gramophone records, chat. I don't think we have any danger of a copyright strike from those. We should be good. We should be good. Right, this was filmed in late November 2024. Roughly around the time I was headed for London. On an express train from Kyoto, heading through Nara to Mie Prefecture. Transported back in time. Yeah, to a certain extent. Then again, this train looks rather futuristic. So we're sort of bouncing back and forth in time on a double-decker train. Which was No, I think we did a video react of something like that. Issei City located about 90 minutes away by train. So we're going to stay one night at an historical hotel in Issei. Awful lot of noise from the trucks. But here we are, Issei City Station. Just a few minutes before 4 p.m. Population of Issei City is 117,307 souls. Known for the Issei Jingu Shrine, one of the most prestigious shrines in Japan. It's taken us about a 5-minute walk from the station to get to where we need to be. There it is. Oh, right next to the Toyota Rent-A-Car. Rather convenient. Very old house. This looks like something that time forgot. Possibly even something out of a Ghibli film. This is Hoshidakan, a ryokan-style hotel that opened back in 1926, almost 100 years ago. The building itself was built during the Taisho era from 1912 to 1926, and it's designated as an important cultural property of Japan. So, one of the treasures of old Japan. Feels very traditional, very retro. I have to say, the ASMR, the sound of that old wooden door opening and closing, that just makes the old brain tingle, and it's a sound that I recognize from so many old video games and even anime, where you are most obviously in a location in Japan. Rex, guess what I get to make today? What do you get to make today, dear? Alright. Lady who works the ryokan takes us on walkabouts here. Ah, macarons. Excellent. Oh, that's lovely. Sort of showing us the ins and outs of how everything works there. This is Suikenkutsu. You can enjoy the echoing sound of falling water droplets through the bamboo.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, we now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale.
Ruby.
Judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale.
That was almost a bit of a rude interruption of rather peaceful sounds. I'm going to have to back up the video so we can all hear this again. And I may have to contemplate turning off redeems during videos like this. Oh, that is a rather lovely sound, isn't it, chat? That's alright. One of the wabi-sabi aesthetics of Japanese gardens, Suikenkutsu. The owner of Hoshide Ryokan, a reasonable and popular inn among foreigners, had a fascination with Suikenkutsu and asked a gardener to recreate 2 Suikenkutsu in her garden last November. Literally means water, Japanese zither, in the cave, because of the mysterious sounds made by droplets of water falling into a ceramic pot underground. So that's what we were hearing. That's water droplets impacting on a ceramic pot. Suikenkutsu dates back 400 years to the beginning of the Edo period and said to be originally designed by Kobori Inshu, a famous gardener and chajin, or person practicing Japanese tea. Oh, so a practitioner of the tea ceremony. And has been placed in traditional Japanese gardens since. A ceramic pot with a hole at the bottom is buried upside down on the ground, and stored with water. An old Japanese wash bowl is placed on top, and when water drains into the pot, sounds from the droplets of water echo throughout the pot, giving off a subtle and mysterious sound. According to research by Kyoto National University, the sound of suikenkutsu has healing, calming powers. It also helps to improve your health and imaginative powers by stimulating the left portion of the brain. Interesting. So there's science behind all this as well. Huh. May have to give that a try. May have to find... I'm sure someone on YouTube has uploaded those sounds on a loop or something. The owner of Hoshide Ryokan looks forward to welcoming foreign tourists to her inn with suikenkutsu this spring. Everyone is also welcome, so be sure to visit the inn and enjoy the sounds. There's a mock-up of what the whole setting looks like. So pour in some water like so, and then just impacting I guess on the inside, and then that sound just reverberates in there. How interesting. Like time traveling back to the Taisho Showa era of Japan. Here's a room. Simple mechanical key lock. But it can be reserved on booking.com. $42.70 per night, or about 6,100 yen. Very affordable. And I mean, what you get for the money, that is quite nice. Right. Hotel tour room, hotel room tour, rather. 2 hangers. Not really much of a closet per se. Not really going to get that sort of thing. But you do get a mini fridge. It's rather small, but it'll do the job. But you do have to turn it on first. That old style wiring. Man. You've got 2 power outlets available. Ryokan usually offer a welcome tea set in the room. The room name is Sakura. It's a very pretty name. There's 13 rooms in total, each one given a tree name. That's not too unusual with smaller, very boutique properties like this, where instead of actual numbers for the room, they'll be given a name. So in this case, we're over in the Sakura room, but you also got the Momo, Matsu, Take, Ume, Suisen, Ayame, Botan, Yuri, Kikyo, Kiku, and Tsubaki, from the looks of it. Sort of gives that boutique vibe. Also got a telly and a mirror. Tissue box. Very clever looking. Rather lovely. 2 books here. We've got Kojiki, Record of Ancient Matters. I believe that's one of the essential history books of ancient Japan. I think. I could be wrong on that. And then we've also got The Teachings of Buddha. So, a book on Japanese Buddhism. So, philosophy and history in 2 books on one shelf. We've got a cupboard down there that can't be opened. Beautiful scroll on the wall. By the way, chat, do not put your luggage there. That's not what that's for. That's, in some places, that could even be a shrine if they wanted it to be. But that is not a place to put your luggage. Don't do that. Don't be a bloody Philistine. Basket for bringing your clothes and towels for the bath. Don't worry, that is not a chamber pot. They are... It is not that primitive, so let's not go there. Self-serve, make your own futon bed up. You've got yukata garment or Japanese bathrobe provided. How's our window view? Lovely. It is like something out of a postcard. Tea time. But as we Brits say, every waking hour of the day. We've got Japanese green tea served up. It tastes good. It's good for you. We've also got ise senbei or a rice cracker. Those are also rather tasty. You know, just whenever you don't have crumpets. Very zen vibe for our cameraman today. I like the shirt. Very nice. Looks like a linen blend of some kind. Right, we check our hotel facilities. That is a shared sink. This is not the urinal. I suggest you don't get those two confused, chat, lest you get thrown out on your arse. It's rather old, but it's well maintained. As is the entire ryokan. That is your hot water dispenser. Press it, dispensers. You can turn that as a dial and adjust the water temperature accordingly. There's your restroom. There's the urinal. No complaint about the restroom, unless the flushing of the urinal's not automated. Oh, thank God they've got the washlet. Very neat, very tidy, very civilized. Honestly, this just needs to be the global standard at this point. All public bathrooms, all bathrooms period, they need a washlet. Anything less is uncivilized. This is all rather lovely. This photo magazine, published in 1926. This also published in 1926. The artwork is exquisite. Interesting that they would choose the bathroom of all places to put this. But I suppose they had to put it somewhere. The corridor has no air conditioning, so... and also probably no heating, central heating, so it can get a bit cold in winter, but, you know, that's just how it was in the old days, and for a lot of Japanese structures, even to this day, that's how it is. Now, near the front desk, you've got this whole corner for sightseeing brochures and everything. This is a mini library. Looks like they've got some manga to read and other books in Japanese. Ise, especially famous for the clam fishing. So you've got several examples of shells brought back. Rather lovely pastiche there. The lucky cat. Still wearing the mask, though. I guess nobody really thought to take the mask off because, you know, COVID's over with. At night, the vibes. chat. The vibes, they are even more beautiful. You almost think that No Face from Spirited Away would appear in front of you. Ah. Right, time for a night walk. Right behind Hoshidekan, there's a district called Kawasaki Kuramachi. Atmosphere of the Edo period from 1603 to 1868 remain. Great place for a walk during a ryokan stay. To get that really traditional Nippon vibe. That says used bookstore. Kawasaki Kuramachi was a riverside wholesale district that developed along the Setagawa River. Still got some warehouses in the area that do just that. It's called the Kitchen of Issei. It's always bustling with visitors to the Issei Jingu Shrine. These days, much quieter existence for everyone. Let's see, there's a chiropractor in that building there. Right, about time for dinner. Let's go get a grub on. We asked the ryokan lady for a restaurant recommendation. She recommended a place called Toramaru. And here it is. It's an izakaya, Japanese pub. Renovated an old warehouse from the Edo period. I think that's rather clever myself. Quite a popular restaurant. But it's fully booked today, so unfortunately not going to be able to go in. No worries though, we'll find another one. I mean, it's an izakaya. Here we go, Furusato. Probably named after the famous Japanese folk song, Furusato, which is, if you had to compare it, it's almost like a sort of that country song. For the Americans, it'd be almost like Home on the Range, or trying to think about equivalent in either like English or Scottish or Irish songs. You know, just think of your old style folk songs, and yeah, that's what it's like. Talking about peaceful provincial country life. Well, this is a Kaya restaurant. Been in business and loved by the locals for about 39 years, coming up on their 40th anniversary. In an izakaya, you usually have to pay for a mandatory appetizer with a drink. It's like a table charge, but at least you get something out of it. Our cameraman ordered Kankabai Junmai Ginjo with Mie Prefecture's regional rice wine. The appetizer is tofu and potato in a stock. But what you have to try in Issei is definitely their fresh seafood. When in doubt, try the sashimi. Mix in some soy sauce and some wasabi. The cuts of fish are thick, they're very fresh, so good. Got the Iron Chef hard at work back there. This is kanpachi, or amberjack, and it's the fish head. It's the head of the fish. Many good nutrients in the fish head, apparently. You know, as long as you don't mind... I don't know, chat, eating the eyeball of the fish, that's a bit much, I think. I'm a bit uncomfortable looking at that. I don't think I'd bring myself to order fish head. No matter how many good nutrients are in there. I don't want my dinner staring back at me. This is gyusugi nikomi, or stewed beef tendon. Nasu dengaku, that's grilled eggplant with a sweet miso paste on top. Now that sounds pretty good. Let's see, we've got 24 sweet shops. This is a 24-hour ice cream shop. Looks, welcome in. Good to see you, how are you? This appears to be a completely automated ice cream shop. evidence of a high-trust society with a wide variety of frozen sweets. Let's see what we've got here. It's almost like an ice cream tiramisu, where you've got different fruits and you've got the sponge cake, and then you've got either vanilla yogurt or vanilla ice cream. Matoi. Ice cream sponge cake in a can. $7, about 1,000 Japanese yen. Grab it from the freezer, pay for it at the terminal, and off you get. Let's see, Ryokan Hoshida-kan for business and sightseeing. Let you know in advance what sort of clientele they cater to. Maybe if the head was all mushed up and cooked with something, I might be able to eat the head of a fish, but it's just sitting out there, full head intact. Would be off quite a bit, yeah. Yeah, it's just sitting there on the plate and staring back at you. That, yeah. Does make you feel a bit uneasy, doesn't it? Right, back to our relaxation space. Open up our cake in a can and eat it. That's more like a whipped cream. Can itself is transparent. Victor record. Available from 8:45 a.m. to 9 p.m. You can use this gramophone. Please ask the staff how to use it. Replace the needle after each song. How very interesting. So we asked the Ryokan owner if we could play the gramophone record player. Before electricity was widespread, chat, this was how people enjoyed music. An entirely mechanical process, and in the form of a wind-up gramophone record player. First they started out with wax tubes, then they switched over to shellac discs playing at 78 RPM. And you have to turn the handle about 80 times in order to effectively wind it up properly to the right speed, and in order to play one song which takes up the entire side of the disc. Been doing okay. Was at the cinema yesterday. Quite the experience. What about you? I'm doing all right. Pray tell, what did you see at the cinema? If I had to guess, was it the Minecraft movie? It's quite loud, isn't it? What we're hearing is the koto, a Japanese traditional harp. Then we've also got jazz music. Jazz and swing music were quite popular, became very popular in Japan very quickly when Japan reopened to the world following the Perry expeditions. And it is said that American jazz and swing music helped to influence modern music in Japan. So a lot of the pop music, for example, can trace a lot of its origins back to that. But some of what we heard were recordings from well over 60, 70 years ago. Yes, it was the Minecraft movie. The amount of clapping and cheering going on. Yeah, it's not. I've heard it's not so much the film that you sit down and watch in the traditional sense. It's actually one of those that almost encourages audience participation. Or I've heard a lot of people getting up and dancing in the aisles as a result. It's different. It's very different. Music suits the ryokan atmosphere. Right, 8 p.m. About time to turn off the gramophone for the night. I don't know, it just sounded like a giant meme to me. Yes, that's also what I've heard. It's a very memeable film. I've never been particularly fond of Minecraft. I don't dislike it. It's just... It is not of my generation, and I don't quite get it. I mean, it's all right, I guess. I'm just not exactly my cup of tea. So I don't think I will ever understand that sort of thing. Even though I have played it. I think the ending that you can get to in Minecraft is quite cerebral. Hopefully they touched on some of that in the Minecraft film. If they didn't, that was a terrible missed opportunity. I mean, the ending to Minecraft is honestly really good science fiction. But I have a feeling that they didn't even come anywhere close to talking about any of that. Let's see. Oh, that's our room. Time to take a bath. We've got shared baths on the first floor. There's also some sentos, Japanese public bath places you can go to. You can even borrow a towel for the sento. But we're here, so we're going to try the in-ryokan bath. This is fairly newly renovated. Yeah, it does look refurbished, doesn't it? You got two bars. You've got the wooden and the pottery ones. It's like they've installed a special stone to generate minerals in the bath water. Natural stones called Gourmet seki, which make the mineral constituents of onsen in this stainless steel case. Helps to treat sensitivity to the cold, which is really just poor blood circulation, hemorrhoids, neuralgia, some type of neural matters, also pain in the joint pain, and good for helping to loosen up a stiff neck and shoulders. Well, it was better than I expected, but I feel like it had parts that were so bad they were funny. So I feel like this is where that movie has landed. It's not the best, but as a general audience found it funny enough to meme the shit out of it. So just good enough. Let's see, remove the bath cover that keeps the water warm. And in goes the cameraman. And he jumps out because it's too bloody hot. It's actually not a natural hot spring, but feels like it. It's as good as. Shampoo, on the other hand, leaves something to be desired. It's persimmon-based. There's also persimmon-based body soap. And that smelt nice. That is the case that hot water until you get time-consuming few minutes. Wow. What early version of Google Translate did they get that out of? I think what they're trying to say is that it may take a few minutes for the hot water to start coming out, or for the pipes to warm up to where you get hot water. A lot of English translations in the Ryokon, some better than others. But our cameraman left feeling very refreshed. I think the Mario movie is a lot better, but the Minecraft movie may end up doing better due to the way the audience interacts to it in the cinema. Yeah, that may be the only saving grace for that film, is that it encourages audience interaction. Not like the Mario movie. Also, Jack Black is not a young man anymore. He is definitely looking a bit long in the tooth. Right, going to be sleeping on the futon, floor bed, traditional style. I've got razors and toothbrushes in the shared sink. We're locking the door. Luckily, Japan is a very safe country, so that's kind of the extent of what you need there at a ryokan. Any more and I might be concerned. There is AC in the room. Turning off the lights. Cameraman reporting the pillow is a bit hard to sleep on. AC unit providing a little bit of a nightlight. And then through the magic of the internet and television, it's morning. 8 AM to be exact. Well, Shidekan offers breakfast, but we ended up choosing a room without breakfast because Cameron was unaware. Breakfast service needs reservation well beforehand. It's like a healthy, delicious Japanese-style breakfast. Please don't touch this control panel. This system keeps the bathwater clean and controls water temperature so you can take a bath in comfort any time. Please wash your body and rinse yourself before you get in the bathtub of the bathtub. So before you get into the tub, you do need to wash your body, rinse yourself off. And it's not like taking a Western bath where you just jump into the tub and clean yourself and relax and all of that. Well, it's quite a joke. An actor past his prime, overweight, partly dressed as Steve. I think the kids deserve better, but the kids seem to think it's funny as fuck. Right, skipping breakfast and enjoying a morning bath to the fullest. 2 different types of baths in Hoshidakan to enjoy. Right, checking out. The fee is 600 yen per day, however, until 12 o'clock at night. This rented bicycle can use only the direction which stays at Hoshidakan. A reservation is necessary for it. So if you love traditional style accommodations in Japan, this ryokan comes highly recommended. Takes you back in time, but it does. We walked from Hoshidakan to the outer portion of the Ise Jingu Shrine. Ise Jingu has both an outer Geku and inner Naiku shrine. You visit the outer shrine first, then the inner shrine after that. This is the largest sacred place among the 80,000 shrines in Japan. It's most special among all the shrines in the country. Almost like entering the Holy of Holies. It shrines Amaterasu Omikami, the inner shrine, who is worshipped as the creator deity of Japan. And Toyuke Daimyojin in the outer shrine is the guardian deity for Amaterasu. Once every 20 years, the outer shrine is relocated to a new location in accordance with ancient customs. Shikinin Sengu, a ritual has been repeated for 1,300 years. The next Shikinin Sengu will be done in 2033. Right there. Okage Yokocho Street. It's the main food and shopping street for prayers. Visitors to Ise Jingu Shrine. A camouflage Starbucks. Probably more than can be due to be camouflaged like that. A lot of old vibes here on this street still. Ooh, Sento beer. It's a local beer. Local to Ise Jingu. And then here's what you definitely must try when visiting Ise Jingu. Ise udon noodles. They're thick, soft udon noodles with a dark broth. It's not udon, but Ise udon. Usually only available there. Also get a mini Matsusaka beef bowl. Beef and rice and it's like onion. Special beef brand in Mie Prefecture. Looks tasty. This is a raw oyster with raw sea urchin. I think I might need to pass on that. But that's sold as a street food. Doggo. This is Akafuku, established 1707. People say you need to try the Akafuku in Ise. Akafuku is a pounded rice cake confection topped with sweet bean paste. That sounds delicious. In this old shop you can try the genuine taste of Akafuku mochi with a hot roasted green tea. When you visit Ise Shrine, buy an Akafuku mochi. Take some home as souvenirs for family and friends. and enjoy a cuppa. I bet the secret is really good water. After spending some time on Okaki Yokocho Street, we finally visit the inner shrine of Ise Jingu. The total area of Ise Jingu is roughly the same size as Center Paris. Definitely not so crowded here. Area is mostly surrounded by trees. And that's not a bad thing either. Well reflects the idea of Shinto, Japan's original national religion, regarding every element of nature as divine. We reach the inner shrine where the creator deity of Japan is enshrined. Looks like they've got guards out in front. Seal of the Emperor. One of the Emperor's horses. Right, rock, scissors, paper, chart. 1, 2, 3. Paper. That's good stuff. We're going to give that a like. Right, let's move from Russia to... Let's go to Korea. Very nice content creator. Her name is Ellie from Russia. And she's in Korea.
Здравствуйте, товарищи. Oh, I mean, 안녕하세요. I made it to Korea. Korea is so far from me in terms of distance from home and in terms of culture. I have so many stereotypes about East Asia. That's why I will be hosted by a local and see how Koreans really live. And my local friend will help me to dive into the Korean culture.
Korea at Christmas time. Might need to mute this. Looks like a lovely time overall.
So we have some lovely traditional teas and soups and snacks, well, porridges to be exact. First of all, we have some cinnamon tea.
That sounds lovely.
Called sujonggwa. We have some red bean porridge.
Red bean,
Patjuk.
Is it common to eat this porridge?
This porridge has a very interesting history. It's believed to be similar to the color of dried blood. Well, and that actually
best not to think about that, chart.
Because ghosts are scared of bad blood. And so we would eat this during the winter solstice. And you know the yin and yang balance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like yin is the negative, dark, feminine, not necessarily bad, but like negatively, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then yang is positive.
I don't know, it's called negativity for a reason.
Full of just pure positive energy.
This is a good thing to start the day. Love it. It's very good.
This is the sweetened version of the red bean.
That sounds like that almost sounded like feminine cope there for a moment. Raiders, welcome in. Kinsuke Tenko, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How did everything go? Raiders, if it is your first time here, I am Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber. And we are doing some video reacts. We've got Ellie from Russia in Korea, visiting Seoul, and later on heading to the Korean demilitarized zone. And we're just getting underway with that. And watching her consume a sweet bean paste porridge of some kind, or red bean porridge that's supposed to keep away evil spirits. But anyways, how you doing? How was your stream? What were you up to? Playing retro. Now, what sort of retro were we playing? Finishing up circumnavigation of the world, but landed in no time to go to the next place to switch to BG1 briefly. Interesting. BG1. Streamer brain is preventing me from making the connection of what that is. What is BG1? Remind me? Forgive my ignorance. Oh, Baldur's Gate. Right, okay. Ah, so the original Baldur's Gate. Excellent. Everyone, please make sure you go follow Kinsuke Tenko. Lovely streamer. We do love our retro games around here. Be they Baldur's Gate, a Pong, a Sonic the Hedgehog, or the original Mario Brothers, a Donkey Kong, or whatever. OptiVR, thank you for the follow over on Kick. But yes, lovely to have you here. If you need a raid and run, totally understand, but do exercise the usual after-stream care. Do feel free to get up and stretch. Grab something to eat, something to drink. You know, do the usual stuff and get yourself refreshed, then settle in with us as we explore South Korea. Figured I'd play BG1 and 2 before perking BG3 a lot, though I know BG3 is barely relevant to 1 and 2. Yeah, it seems almost an entire world encapsulated unto itself. But hey, fantastic character designs, lots of great dialogue, great voice acting too. Love to see it.
Ice cream? Oh yes, it's like a type of ice cream. It's ice
Well, hey.
shavings with
Ooh.
bean powder.
What's the name of this dessert?
Patbingsu.
Patbingsu.
It's topped with
Patbingsu.
the red beans that are extra sweet, and then the
Love
little
it.
rice cakes.
That's what those are on top.
Вкусно.
Очень вкусно. It's so light. I feel like it's not milk, but just ice. How to say очень вкусно in Korean?
엄청 맛있어요.
엄청 맛있어요.
맛있어요.
And how to say приятного аппетита? Bon appetit.
잘 먹겠습니다.
잘 먹겠습니다. As you've seen, I was trying to learn Korean phrases during my trip, and my friend does speak some Russian language. Russian language as well as Korean are included in the list of the most difficult languages.
Yeah, Mandarin Chinese, the most difficult to speak, mainly because it's so tonal in nature. Arabic, also difficult. Japanese, very difficult because of the sentence structure being flipped around. And then followed by Korean and Russian.
In the world. If you are currently learning any of these languages, let me introduce you to a platform that will be very useful for your language
Sponsor
journey.
time!
Wingify is a language learning platform that allows you to watch movies and series directly from the culture of the target language. It offers international content in 10 languages. While watching shows, you can
Hello?
see scripts of the videos, you can click on the words that you don't understand and get an instant translation, choose speed of the videos, and there is a feature of dual subtitles. You can also watch your favorite Netflix shows while learning a language, or listen to music and get to know the lyrics. Actually, even I didn't know the lyrics of this one. It's really hilarious. The link in the description will give you 55% discount on the annual plan, and you can...
I'm one of the 80 million Korean language speakers. Well, you've got a bit of a leg up on the rest of us. Congratulations, you've either somewhat or completely mastered one of the most difficult languages in the world. Well done, Ruby.
And try the platform absolutely for free for 7 days. Удачи вам с изучением языков!
Okay, whoa. Ah.
This district and why is it so? So why is this guy singing about this district and why is it so famous?
This district is like the center of consumerism, of plastic surgery, of nightlife, or it used to be in 2012.
Consumerism, plastic surgery, and nightlife. All in one place. So apparently that's what Gangnam Style is supposed to be about. Always wondered about that, but yeah.
Basically, this is the district of plastic surgery.
Well, symbolically that too, but also like K-pop, and also a lot of shops, brands, and also even companies have offices here.
So a bit more than that. It's almost like the equivalent of Roppongi in Tokyo or Shinjuku and Nishi Shinjuku.
Like even underground, there is a Korean skincare shop. It's crazy. I see that it's super popular here to do makeup, yeah?
Yeah, it's almost like mandatory. Like if you don't wear makeup, people ask, are you sick? Is there something wrong with you? And so it's like social pressure on girls to look very specific. Nowadays it's changing a little bit, but honestly not
Very
enough.
little.
It needs to change.
I don't know. Let's not change it too much, and let's not change just for change's sake, please. We've seen what happens in the Western world when we do that sort of thing. It just all of a sudden women start wearing no makeup at all and dyeing their hair all these grotesque colors, and start prattling on about some bullshit about the patriarchy and blah blah blah.
We decided to do some hiking inside of Seoul. There is a mountain in the city. Where are we going?
Hiking on a mountain.
Over the rainbow, way up high.
It turns out that
Emphasis on way up high, apparently.
because of too much snow, they closed the path and we need to take a cable car. For me, it's crazy. There is like just a bit of snow.
Wow, it's a lot of snow. It's the most snow in.
Record snowfall hurls Seoul into winter. Heaviest November snowstorm on record in the South Korean capital was a nuisance to commuters and a delight to tourists, children, and dogs.
100 years in Seoul.
Oh, that place. All right. Beautiful views. I'm told that tower has some restaurants in it, but they're not very good, so you can probably skip those.
So there are so many stereotypes about East Asia and South Korea, and I have some stereotypes. Also, I found some on the internet. I will read them to you. Some of them are facts, not stereotypes, but you can comment.
Well, that's the thing about stereotypes, is there's always at least a little bit of fact in them. That's why they persist.
Why it's like this, you know. So number one, which is a fact, South Korea is the most popular country for plastic surgery per capita. It's estimated that 1 in 5 women had plastic surgery. It's a crazy statistics.
True.
Why do you think it's South Korea?
I think we're a very image conscious society. I mean, it's not always bad to be image conscious, of course.
I mean, if they actually went through with the no sex strike, men might actually be able to find actual datas. Possible. I know that South Korea recently had something like that. It was... They had some sort of, like, anti-male, hyper-feminist death cult that actually started to become this underground phenomenon with a lot of women, to the point where there I think there was some sort of clampdown or something like that. I don't know. There was There was a lot of powerful people in South Korea that were basically saying, hell no, we're not having that.
But everything needs balance, right? And unfortunately, right now, I think things are a little out of balance in South Korea, especially because with social pressure around how people should look and act a very certain way, how you have to be a specific type of person, that kind of thing forces everyone to be like competitive.
They do plastic surgery to fit some standard.
Right, the beauty
And what
standard.
do you think is the Korean beauty standard? What does it mean to be beautiful?
I think it's changing slowly, but right now in Korea, the standard is to be as AI as possible, to not seem like someone who has imperfections.
Later you told me that some parents force their kids to have surgery. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to imagine
Why?
from most cultures.
Why the hell would you do that?
The standards are so very unrealistic.
Also here it's the highest suicide rate
in the OECD.
Why do you think?
Again, it's the generational differences as well, because South Korea went through a very rapid change socially. We went from practically farming-oriented agricultural, almost feudal communal society to being occupied by colonial imperial forces, and then now we're suddenly in like ultra capitalist, ultra competitive, ultra modern, hyper everything. And so each generation has like
Emphasis
a
on
different
hyper.
world. And then the generational gap, and then the collapse of community and all of the competition and very strict standards. I think that sort of does something to a person that is not healthy.
So
Yeah, no, all of that can fuck you up.
this is what I found on internet. Koreans don't believe in tips. And sometimes tipping might even be considered rude because Koreans provide you with exceptional service without expecting any additional award.
We don't really have a tipping culture because
Yeah, that's in a lot of places in Southeast Asia. You don't tip. You just don't.
So usually
If I had to guess not only the toxic beauty standards, it's because people prefer to go to Korea for plastic surgery than other countries like Turkey. Yeah. I don't know if it's cheaper to go to South Korea. Maybe they're going there for the greater body of knowledge and experience from the plastic surgeons there. I don't know. But yeah, definitely toxic beauty standards going on there. A lot of toxicity in the culture that needs to be cleansed and cleaned out. This sort of thing is not sustainable. It cannot go on.
usually in restaurants you don't tip.
No. The idea of tipping is kind of confusing to us because the service costs a specific amount. Why would you depend on the goodwill of random sponsors and benefactors to pay you more or less?
Well, the untold thing is that from the culture where tipping goes on, those that are paying your wages are not paying you competitive wages, or they're not paying you livable wages. And so that sort of mentality carries over to those who happen to be traveling internationally. That's sort of the subtext of, you know, hey, in case your boss is not paying you enough, here's a little extra.
It's a little confusing.
It's kind of the same in Russia. We have tipping, but it's not obligatory at all.
I think people will be confused if you tip in Korea. They will say,
Yeah, that in a lot of places, especially in America, tipping is almost obligatory. Like, you don't tip, you're a bad customer, and you're basically going to have your food spat in some spots if you don't do that. Oh, there's some places they'll spit in your food anyway just because they don't like the way you look, or because they fucked up your order and they just expect you to sit there and eat it.
Oh, you left your money and then give it back to you.
Korea has a national snack holiday, so it's a
Tipping needs to go around.
National snack holiday.
Each year on November 11th, Koreans have Pepero Day, celebrating the yummiest sweet cookies.
Oh, tipping needs to go away. Yeah, I think it would be nice if tipping just sort of was not a thing anymore, and people in service businesses were actually paid proper wages. That way, tipping would not be... It just wouldn't be necessary. The reason tipping persists is because in certain parts of the world, the wages are inadequate.
Oh, this is a corporate ploy to get more sales. The company just made it up, I think.
It's an invention by the snack food companies to drive up sales of their snack foods. Sort of like what people say about St. Valentine's Day. It's a way to sell greeting cards. It's a way to sell chocolate and candies.
Many people buy this cookie?
Oh yeah, though. It's a national day now.
Do you?
Sometimes. But it's like Pepper Day because 11/11.
Even she is not immune to propaganda.
So it's like doubles day. So it's like couples day. So it's like if you like somebody, you give them a pepero.
Koreans are always a year older than you because when you're born, you're already 1 year old?
Yes, but that changed this year.
This year?
Yeah. They changed the law this year.
So this year you became 1 year younger?
Yeah. Time travel.
Well, I suppose that's nice.
But before you had this, another stereotype or not is about kimchi. Koreans have 2 fridges in their house, one for the food and one for kimchi.
Oh. Yeah, there are kimchi 냉장고, kimchi refrigerators.
What? It's true? You really have a fridge for kimchi?
Yeah, a separate fridge for kimchi.
I mean, we're talking about an aged pickled vegetable, so I can imagine you'd want an extra fridge just for the smell alone.
Because in the old days,
I get that it became a thing in a time when that may have been needed for such to survive, but nowadays they should be paid enough for the work they're doing. They really should. Unfortunately, they're not, because there's a lot of people in this world that are still absolute cheapskates. And as I like to always say, you can get rich by being cheap. Trouble with that is, you're still cheap.
in traditional days, we had a separate god of the kimchi pot. And the kimchi pot was supposed to be in a specific part of the traditional house. But now we don't have that, so we have just a separate 냉장고, a separate refrigerator. And also kimchi smells.
Yeah.
Inside of a den of a Korean. And her friend as well.
Hello.
Tell me about your apartment and show me around.
So this is the studio with the soundproof room where we can practice music.
So they are aspiring K-pop stars. I knew it. Also, this is very cramped quarters. This is really cramped quarters, in fact.
Here you cook, here you eat. Is that the second fridge for kimchi or what?
Oh, no, this is the freezer.
Do you have that one?
I do not. This is my studio.
This is not a usual apartment for Koreans?
No.
So basically because
I love
she's
that
a
setup there.
musician, she's a very creative arts person. This is her studio and an
Poking her fingers together like that. That's adorable.
apartment. It's actually looks like a lot of space for me. I had a stereotype that in East Asia there is not enough space, like it's overpopulated, and that all the apartments are like super tiny, 2 by 2 meters.
I mean, by a lot of Western standards, this is still a very tiny apartment. And this is supposed to be a studio? It looks like the actual living space has been converted into a recording studio. I guess a pull-out bed from the sofa. Yeah, this is still tight living.
It's like lots of space.
Yeah, but there's no bed.
So what do you say?
I wondered about
Usually
that.
apartments.
Oh, little anime waifus. But musical instruments. Love it.
Of this size, or
It really depends on your family income, the area, and when your building was made. Like in the 70s and 80s, a lot of apartment buildings
Family
actually
income?
look a little similar to like communist block houses, like just big apartments, block, block, block. Every house is the same. And then in the 90s, this building was made in the 90s. And 90s buildings, the structure is a little different. So some houses are bigger, some houses are smaller. But in my case, this is not a normal residential building. But I just kind of live here while I do my art. So I guess it's more like a studio.
So more of a creative studio that she happens to sleep in? And all that talk of family income. This, I don't know. I'm getting vibes that she might be a Nepo baby or something like that. Or having to live off of mummy and daddy's credit line. At least a bit. Just because it's Seoul and it's so bloody expensive.
Korean hairstyle.
maybe India hairstyle, maybe.
Oh.
Hippie style.
Hippie.
Style.
So girls, yesterday I
Yeah,
published an Instagram story and asked
The parallels in history are quite ominous. You know, wanting to have this sort of free love, exotic expressions of themselves, part cultural appropriation, which, we don't really give a shit about that part, but yeah. Possibly as a way of creating some sort of friction against the stifling nature of modernity in Korean society. I don't know.
asked what people would like to know about Koreans, and I've got a lot of questions. The first one is...
We have many
what
questions.
Koreans have in common with Russians?
I feel like we have
Nothing! Nothing at all!
We have sad history.
You know Victor Che?
Oh yeah. Victor Choi, the kino. Грубо, крови.
Okay.
У меня есть дом, только не кричи. У меня есть солнце на ночь.
Why do you remember him?
Very famous rock
In
star.
Korea?
Yeah.
Victor Tsoi is famous in Korea. My answer
Sorry,
to
never even heard of
what
him.
we have in common would be hospitality when it comes to hosting guests.
Really?
So much food and it's amazing. And I feel like
Practically
in
preparing
Russia,
a
when you have
banquet,
guest,
they did.
It's also like a full table.
No, there was a meme about literature. So there was a joke about about how in French literature you die for love. English literature, you die for honor. In Russian literature, you die. And in Korean literature, I will be forced to kill my family if they do not kill me first. But rabbits are very cute.
Question number 2.
You know, that sounds
is the
accurate.
Population crisis as big as the news make it?
Yeah, definitely. Schools are just closing because there are no kids.
What?
A lot.
Well, I mean, we've talked about this earlier in the stream. When you've got a work culture that encourages both the man and even the woman to go to work, slave away for over 50 hours a week, not be able to enjoy any of the fruits of their labor, not be able to have a life that they can enjoy outside of the workforce. I mean, where's even the time to even think about doing what makes babies? I mean, my God, no wonder these people are so just miserable and just enduring this quiet sense of desperation to where young people are just checking out. And it's like, we are done playing these games with people. I hope they don't start importing. Maybe the only thing that saves them, we already saw that Japan has mass immigration towns in Gunma Prefecture of people from Brazil and Peru and Argentina and Colombia. You know, some of them are people who were born and raised in those parts, and some of them are Hafus. It is at this point inescapable, and you're going to see more countries doing it. It's just that the Japanese are trying to actually keep some sort of control over all of that, not just open the floodgates and let anyone and their brother from God knows where in to hopefully solve the problem. And oh, by the way, keep voting for the Lib Dems.
If people are out of jobs because there are no kids to teach, and then there's AI replacing everyone. So
actually, for the first few days, I didn't pay attention to this, but then I start noticing in Seoul, I don't see kids.
And also, even when there are kids, usually they're like in cages, like because they study all the time, and there's so much pressure academically, they never leave the house.
Why?
So the home has just become a cage, along with the schools, both the public schools that you go to in the day and the private schools, and also probably got some cram schools there as well.
People decide not to have children.
사는 것이 행복하면 나을 텐데.
If my life is happy, I'm going to have kids. But because I'm not happy, I don't have kids. Because like if I'm so depressed I want to kill myself and we have the highest suicide rate, why would I reproduce? There is no joy in life.
Yeah, and who would want to bring a child into that kind of world?
Is suffering.
Next one. Do they really dislike the Japanese, or is it a stereotype?
Like among the younger generation?
You see a gasp of, oh no. That's one of those hard questions we really hoped you wouldn't ask, because that might disrupt the social harmony. Damn, we've got to take this one delicately, don't we? Yeah, just how much do you hate the Japanese? It's almost like asking someone when did they stop beating their wife.
There are lots of people that have access to Japanese culture, like animations and things like that. And so not really that much hate for Japanese.
Yeah, the hatred almost comes when it's politically convenient for the politicians to talk about those uncomfortable subjects stemming back from the days of occupation by Imperial Japan, you know, the whole comfort women issue, that sort of thing, which rears its ugly head for a while. You got some anti-Japanese sentiment popping up on occasion, mostly with the older generations, and then it just goes away. The younger people, they don't give a shit. That all happened long before they were born. Different world now. I don't think they care. Need to fix things before it's too late. We do. And I'm sure a lot of places will. Some places, they're not going to because they don't possess the will to do so.
하지만 어른들은
older people can have anger. So we don't hate Japanese people, but because of what happened historically and politically, so some people are still very angry about it. Politically.
일본인들을 싫어하진 않습니다.
The people.
And it's like the meme. Nothing ever happens. I think that's just going to keep going on. It's, you know, some people in Korea banging on about how they want reparations for comfort women or this and that in World War II. They might get a few conciliatory things, but you're not getting reparations for that. Forget it. And it's not even about that. It's just some people in Korea wanting to flex on some people in Japan. To be like, haha, look what we got these Japanese to do. We managed to guilt them into giving us money. Now give us some more. Because ultimately that's what it's all about. Some people just feeling powerless or directionless in life and needing some sort of enemy to hate and extracting something, money or power or material possessions or something like that from someone else in order to feel important. It's really quite stupid and pointless. They'd be better off just forgetting about it and moving on. Because, again, it kind of ties back to the whole thing of Asians just don't give a fuck.
We do not hate the people.
Almost all the next questions are about your neighbor.
Kind of like Europe and Russia. Yeah, I suppose so. It's just those old hatreds being rehashed again because the politicians in Western Europe need a distraction from how much of a shitty job they're doing running their countries. So, hey, let's try and gin up a war with a nuclear power. That should end well. It's like that line from Barack Obama in 2012. The 1980s called. They want their foreign policy back. It's like, Cold War's over, people. Let it go. Move on. You're not going to be able to... You're not going to be able to seize Russia and break it up and pillage it for everything it's got and make everything fake and gay over there. You're not going to be able to do your gay race communism over there. They're not going to stand for it. Just give it up. And oh, by the way, Eastern Ukraine, the Donbass region, that's ethnically Russian land. Russia's going to keep it, along with Crimea. So get over it.
How can you travel from South Korea to North Korea?
Sometimes
You
there
can't.
are guided tours that become possible when political relations are good.
As a Korean.
Yeah, so whenever the North Koreans are in a good mood, basically. Whenever they're in a good mood and they're on their meds, it might be able to happen. I don't know why you would. That just seems like such a stifling, controlling tour. It's just like, I don't think I could breathe in something like that. We all know which side China's going to take if a big war does break out. China's banking on a war and preparing for a war with the Americans. And by extension with America's allies. They've always been preparing for that. And in all of the war games, America ends up losing. No one can afford a full-on war. I don't even know if the Chinese can afford a full-on war. That would ultimately, if they're lucky, all sides would just fight to a stalemate. And not only that, you've got two nuclear powers going up against each other. That's never going to end well. That's going to turn the entire world into an apocalyptic desert. It's just, there is no point in all-out war with either Russia or China. So Western powers may as well knock it off with the saber rattling and with the warmongering, and all the incendiary rhetoric, and just stop it. Just stop it. Everyone just sit down at the table and fucking talk to each other. And try, for once in your miserable lives, to fucking get along with each other.
Korean, you can go to North Korea with a tour.
Right now, no, because the politics are very bad. But when the relations are good, like Hyunwoo was talking about Kim Dae.
Yeah, when Kim Jong-un is back on his meds, then you can. Until then, no, you're not doing that.
Jung 대통령, who used to be like democratization activist, civil rights movement person, but like after Kim Dae-jung, there was a strain of political liberalism called 햇볕 정책, which means sunshine policy. Sunshine policy in South Korea is the idea that if you blow cold wind, they will just close their coat, but if you shine warm sunlight on it, then they'll take off their coat and open the border. And then during Moon Jae-in's presidency, which again was kind of neoliberal, but anyway, like in terms of politics with North Korea, they were okay. He even like invited Kim Jong-un over, they had dinner and stuff, but now all of that is gone. Nobody can travel anywhere anymore. Sometimes when the politics are good, we can go travel, but very limited.
So this morning I went to a special place, which is a demilitarized zone of both Korea.
Yeah, and something else, I saw a video not too long ago that in the past couple of years, the noose has completely tightened around North Korea to where they have effectively become a fortress nation where nobody gets in or out. Nobody. It used to be you had defectors risking their lives trying to get across the border to either China in the north or South Korea on the southern side through the DMZ. Nowadays, the North Korean surveillance state has become so absolute and so complete, nobody gets in or out. Absolutely no one. And not only that, they've got agreements with China that if somebody is trying to cross the border into China, they will be arrested and sent back to North Korea, where they more than likely will be executed. And they made it nigh on impossible for anyone to get through to the other side on the southern border into South Korea. So right now, effectively, there is no escape for anyone in North Korea. They're trapped. Completely.
Yes. What a fun morning. And I brought you some bread from the demilitarized zone.
Oh, DMZ.
DMZ bread. There's a reason that they have that big sign there, everyone, and all this barbed wire. They don't want you climbing over that, obviously, because that area has got landmines everywhere. For a demilitarized zone, they sure do have an awful lot of landmines and other military hardware, weaponry deployed. And yeah, it's bad. Demilitarize my ass. It's a literal minefield you have to cross. And hope you don't step on something that goes boom. So I nobody even bothers because they don't want to die.
It's crazy how this zone is touristic. There are so many buses full of tourists. There is an attraction park. There is AI experience, virtual experience.
It's partly it is for the tourist, but also it's not for the tourist. This is a form of visual propaganda, and they are using Western tourists and people from Korea. It's meant to be something visual for the North, for Northerners to see, and for them to say, hey, look how much fun and how great it is over here on this side. Don't you want to be over here? Don't you want reunification? How about a little bit of freedom? How about you have yourself a nice big cup of liberty? For democracy. So yeah, part tourist attraction, part tourist trap, really, to get money out of people. But also part propaganda and psyop.
Shops, cafes. Whoa. Can you go to this though?
We can go to the outside of the zone.
I heard that only foreigners like me can go here, or it's not true?
There's
That Koreans can't.
There are some parts that Koreans can't go. I think, and Americans cannot go sometimes either, but I think you can go sometimes.
I felt like it was a huge Disneyland. For me, it was so crazy that out of this situation, they made this very consumeristic Disneyland, because you go to the North Korean border, you can go in this tunnel, basically you're almost there, and
If you see it, it's for you.
there it's like entertainment park, cable car, coffee shops, food, souvenirs, shop. It's like a huge consumerist tunnel. This what shocked me the most. Yeah, today it was crazy because
And all of it designed to be visuals captured from a distance by the North, to send that message, that quiet message of them, hey, don't you want to consume product and get excited for next product? Don't you want a big heaping cup of liberty? How about some democracy? You can have all of this if you just get rid of, if you just throw off your oppressive communist origins and get rid of Kim Jong-un and the rest of the oppressors there under your current system.
there were everywhere signs, don't like turn your camera that way, 3 years of jail. So it was like a very fun tour and not fun at the same time. How do you feel being so close to North Korea? Do you feel safe?
매우 안전하다고 생각하고.
We generally feel, this is Hyun's answer, we generally feel very safe, and even if they sometimes send us balloons of trash, we just think, oh, they're doing this again.
I see everywhere
Balloons
in
of
the city,
trash.
ads where they show how to protect yourself from the chemicals. And like emergency gathering points all over. It's written earthquake, but obviously it's not again.
It's one of those things, they have a history of trying these things the North did, or at least what we're led to believe the North is doing. But yeah, they kind of just end up always doing a half-assed job of it. I mean, these are people, they can't even get a rocket up in the air very far before the damn thing just starts crashing down again. It's like the little dictatorship that could. They're trying so hard, very often because it's just saber-rattling because they want more foreign aid. Which honestly, if we were to just starve them of all the foreign aid, the entire place would just disintegrate into nothing within a matter of weeks or months.
Against earthquake, yeah.
Basically, if North Korea does something drastic, it's like suicide, murder. Both of us all die.
Do you have anyone from your relatives
In other words, a Samson solution.
or friends in North Korea? Can you keep communication in any way?
Both of our grandparents all are from North Korea. Every now and then, like a ceremony, like a big political show of like, oh, split families get together, but it wasn't really meaningful exchange. Now there are some like human traffickers or missionaries or brokers that bring North Korean refugees. They become naturalized South Korean citizens, but they still keep in touch with their North Korean family through illegal brokers.
Do they believe in the reunion with North Korea? Is that going to happen?
So Hyuna thinks even if we can't get unified, at least being able to go back and forth would be nice.
But basically people want it.
A lot of the people who have families or friends back in North Korea are now dead. Nowadays, like younger people don't really think about unification anymore, don't really want unification. That was Hyunu's answer, right? And to add to that, I think everyone is just tired of the political fight now and nobody cares. Everyone just thinks, oh, they're a different country now. But that's a problem too. Cultural exchange needs to happen instead of like suddenly, unification.
Yeah, I don't even know if the politicians were really counting on that. To the point where enough generations went by to where they're just like, we don't even give a shit anymore. We don't even care. It's like the whole op has gone on for too long. And it's just become tiresome to everyone. And at that point, it's like if everyone's just so exhausted by it, to where they don't care. And I think that's part of what they counted on was just people staying engaged, and maybe some of them were just arrogant enough to think that people would always be engaged, that they could always gin up something to keep people engaged in this whole op. But I don't think they can do it anymore, because young people they do not give a fuck. They don't care anymore. And when that happens, it's like, what's the point?
Or like war, unifying war, like it's crazy. No, like Hyuna's idea of like we want to have it be a process, like slow, like cultural exchange first, and then eventually, if the people can come back to like that would be good eventually.
G'day, mate. Look who I met in the metro of Seoul.
Crazy.
My Australian mate. She hosted me back in Australia, and after all, I decided to explore some of the K-pop culture, so we can do it together?
I'm ready for it.
Let's go. My teacher for the K-pop class will be Sun Ji-eun.
Hi, my name is Jen, Song Ji-eun in Korean name.
What is K-pop?
Javen looks like a K-pop star.
K-pop is the Korean style pop. There is many pop, but Korean have some special type of some really electronic and energetic, and they have their own rhythm about K-pop, I think.
It's both singing and dancing.
Yeah, singing and dancing.
But you can
Mass-produced singing and dancing at that.
sometimes do only one of these things, yeah?
And so much of it, so much surrounding the music and the performances itself are these just gigantic public relations campaigns so steeped in that idol culture that, yeah.
I don't have to sing when I dance.
K-pop's most special thing, I think, is performance. In dancing, especially.
Okay, let's try to dance.
Slowly. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and cha-la-la. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Kick and left and isolation. 1.
I would struggle with this, Chad. I would struggle mightily with this.
Yes. 5, 6, 7, 8. Point back and up and up. Good. And 1 and 2
my Australian mate and I are one step closer to a Korean culture now. Yes. K-pop.
Yes, I suffer from white man syndrome. I can't dance like that.
I think so. We're getting there. Maybe we're rising stars of K-pop.
Looking back at the video, I don't think so.
No.
Your singing is going to carry us through.
Yeah, I think that.
And unless you were native-born Korean, or of Korean stock, that's not going to happen. Welcome back, Pyeon Lee. Thank you for the hydrate redeem.
Can't really become K-pop stars, so instead of becoming K-pop stars, we decided
just flee to Russia
to do a crazy trip in the far north of Russia.
I'm much better at that than I dancing.
I'm taking her to Russia, so soon you will see a freezing Australian going through crazy adventures in Russia.
What could possibly go wrong? Meanwhile, oh, she is an edgy one, isn't she? Got a tattoo on her arm. I think even for Koreans, that's still a bit of a social taboo, isn't it? Pity. And it's a big bookstore. We are subscribing. We are liking that. That is really good content. Everyone go follow Ellie from Russia. All right. Let's see, where are we at? 3.5 hours. I think that's long enough for video reacts and, yeah. Didn't actually get over to the watch videos today, but you know what? Not really feeling it today. I was in a travel mood. I'm always in a travel mood. Been in a travel mood for a long time. All right. Time to update the stream description because it is time for Wuthering Waves. And apparently it's also time for another raid. Raiders, welcome in. If it's your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth. I'm an English nobleman VTuber. And we are about to start Wuthering Waves. Bay M14, thank you so much. How are you? Chicken Jockey! How was your stream? Playing some music. I've heard Bay M14 play music before. They are really, really good. A Bay M14 raid, let's go! How is the music, Bay? How was the music? How was stream? Everyone, do make sure you go follow Bay M14. Dear friend of one of my senpais, Razor Wind. And fantastic streamer in her own right. And an excellent musician as well. Oh yeah, she's good. Damn right she is. Hey Rex, how are you? I'm doing alright, Bay. How are you? Flint and Steel. We got dropped off. It was fun. Showing Maria some cool stuff with my guitar. Now, if I remember right, you got the acoustic guitar, and I think you've also got an electric guitar too, which I think I've heard both before in one stream. But yeah, that electric guitar chat, she shreds. She knows how to shred. Love your voice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the shout out, by the way. Of course, as is our custom around here. Electric, just play with the clean channels sometimes. Hey, definitely sounds clean. But yeah, glad you had a good stream, Bay. Raiders, if you need to raid run, I totally get it. If you need to, well, definitely do take care of yourself, do some after-stream care, get up and stretch, grab something to drink, something to eat. But yeah, we're just getting underway here with Wuthering Waves. Going to start with some dailies, just to get started with that, and then let's do some main quest and some side quest stuff. And hopefully we're up to date here. I'm not going to keep you all waiting while the game updates and before it can even start. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's an update. That's good. That's good. Come on. I hit the play button. It has to think about it first. There we go. Okay, there's Kudo Games. Let's switch over our game capture. You can probably hear the music there. There we go. Right, and off we get. And yes, I did end up shelling out $5 a month for Lunite. What can I say? I like this game. Sue me. I'm becoming one of those people, Chad. I'm becoming one of those filthy gacha game enjoyers. They lured me in with my waifu, Phoebe, and ever since then I can't tear myself away. Used to play Genshin Impact a lot. I bought the $5 thing every month too. Okay, so you know what it's like. Though I must say I do rather like Wuthering Waves. I like the aesthetics and I like the design of the characters, and it's good pity, which I'm told is a fancy way of saying good odds to get the things that you want whenever you pull for the gacha. There's renovations going on at my house, so it's so noisy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Pyonli. But hopefully we can provide you some distraction from the noise. Yeah, it's like, oh, this is the reasonable purchase they offer, at least opposed to the rest. Love Genshin as well. I mained Yay. Yeah, I tend to have in my lineup, most of the time, I've got Rover here, and then I've also got Yang Yang and Baizi. My name was Fischl. What does Wuthering even mean, anyway? Like, it's clearly a verb, but what does it mean? And that's a good question. I hear the term so often myself. Let me look it up real quick. So Wuthering is a weather characteristic characterized by strong winds. So why the name Wuthering Waves? The Chinese name for the game roughly translates from Ming Chao, literally sound tide. Which I guess makes sense with the whole notion of tacit discords and whatnot. Wait, what's the guaranteed pity in Wuwa? Makes no grammatical sense though. Yeah, rough translations from Chinese. I don't know. Rex, have to go, but take care. Have a lovely stream. Alright, Bay. Again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it so much. Take care of yourself. Have a lovely evening. Have a great week ahead.
I resolve disputes in the Sentinel's name.
Yeah,
I will be there for everyone.
Today will be a fine day.
this one right here. This lovely, beautiful, precious gem here. This exquisite jewel. This beautiful lady just waltzed right into my heart, and I'm just like, damn, I gotta play Wuthering Waves now. I must have her. I must have her. This is... yeah. If I had to have the waifu a choice, it would be Phoebe. Anyway. What a simp too much. Let's get over and do the dailies, yeah? Let's see. Oh, it's this bloke right here. Yehoo. Hi, you're here. Are you here to see me? I should like to know how the last joke turned out. Oh, you reminded me. There's a follow-up to that joke. Well, pray tell. Sorry, can't right now. Got customers waiting for their tea. I could help you out. Go around faster. Thank you, but that's not good. No, really, it's all right. Well, I appreciate it. Let's serve the tea to the table over there. I don't really have a plate of tea with us, but... serve the tea. Ah, newcomer, eh? I'm just sort of helping out. You can just leave the tea here, thank you. And what's this? Tasty Jinzhou food exploration. Although I've only given it only 3 stars, the significance of the food ration bar goes beyond its taste. Its major characteristic lies in its convenience, accessibility, and ample nutritional value, making it available for every soldier who fights bravely and relentlessly on the front lines. Does sound like some sort of military propaganda. Thank you for your help. Okay, let me continue. So the story goes, the boss couldn't stand the ongoing oil theft. Looking at this fat cat lazily grooming itself, the boss went mad and kicked the cat out in frustration. So the cat's plan backfired? You're right. As usual, I have no idea what they're talking about or what's even going on. So I thought the cat must be flustered. Soon after, the boss brought another cat back, all majestic. I thought finally the oil would no longer be stolen. Well, guess what happened? What happened? At midnight, I saw these 2 cats happily sneaking out together. Wondering why? The old cat shared with me that being old and knowing the boss wouldn't keep him much longer, he'd decided to sacrifice himself and let his son take over his place. Working as a family, these 2 cats cleverly manipulated the boss, enjoying a feast. What about the mouse? Probably eaten. When there's meat to feast on, who would care about that mouse? Plus, it's a good chance to display the son's skills to the boss. As the saying goes, if you let the mice guard a warehouse, there'll be nothing left. And if you let the cats guard a house, it'll fall apart. So don't let cats guard your warehouse, and don't let mice guard your warehouse, and don't let cats guard your house? I am really confused right now. I have no idea what any of that is supposed to mean. I see many listeners today. Thank you for joining us. But before we begin, let's begin a new subject. It's not about the Teal General or the Battle of Norfolk Barrens. Let's talk about Jinzhou, the fortress city we call home. Huanglong boasts one capital and 6 cities. Jinzhou is the gatekeeper. The name Jinzhou itself is rather special. Spoken and written form have layers of meaning. It sounds like the word for gateway, and when it's written, resembles the shape of a dragon's roar. Hence we call this place Jinzhou. And as for what Jin really means, it also signifies the beginning, where every journey starts. That's why Jinzhou is always ready to welcome travellers from far and wide. A fitting name, isn't it? The more you know. Chisha. You ready? Yeah, ready. Awesome, let's do this. Grandpa Jingsu said it was best time for echo catching. I'm ready to snag a bunch. Grandpa Jingsu, you already done with treatment? That was quick. Don't let this old man's age fool you. I'm still strong and these injuries hardly slow me down. Monkey Boy, welcome in. Rice was first domesticated in China 8,200 to 13,500 years ago. The functional allele for non-shattering, a critical indicator of domestication in grains, and 5 other genetic markers are identical in both Indica and Japonica, indicating a single domestication event. Both forms originated in China from wild rice, Oryza rufipigon. Indica rice emerged when Japonica reached India around 4,500 years ago and hybridized with another rice, possibly undomesticated Proto-Indica or wild O. nivada. Fascinating. Really? Though it does seem like you're totally fine now. Of course, I'm used to these injuries. Anyway, I'm feeling perfectly fine now. Shall we go? You coming with us, Grandpa Jingsu? Of course, I could have let you youngsters handle my affairs while I sit around. It's dangerous outside Jinzhou, and I'm familiar with the situation there. I'm sure I could be of some help. But, don't worry. This old man used to be quite something in his day. Even though I'm old now, could still hold my own against any danger. Okay, Grandpa Jingsu, just promise me you'll take care of yourself. If anything dangerous pops up, don't try to tough it out. Just give me a holler right away. After all, part of my patroller duties. Okay. Let's go main quest. Let's do mains. Anyways, how you doing, Monkey Boy? Ah, right on time. There's the lift. Going up. Where do you find all this information about rice, Monkey Boy? I really... Most people wouldn't even give it a second thought.
Greetings, Rover.
Hello, Sanhua. Looking lovely as usual.
What can I help you with today?
I'm here for Jinsei. I've got questions about the Sentinel. Also, still working on that side quest to come up with a cure for the resting bitch face. I mean, what?
I regret to inform you that Madam Magistrate is not in the City Hall. She has left for Mount Firmament.
Oh, well then I'll just go see her there then.
In fact, we have not heard back from her for days.
She's been kidnapped, damn it! How could you let this happen? So you don't know what she's up to?
Unfortunately, no. Please keep this confidential. The situation in Jinzhou is still unstable after our battle with the Threnodian. We must limit discussion of the Magistrate's whereabouts to a select few.
Right, what's going on?
When we captured Scar, he claimed that the Praxidus had imprisoned our Sentinel.
The Fractosaurus Rex was taking prisoners?
It was around the same time that Madam Magistrate lost track of Sentinel Jue. If our Sentinel is truly
Losing track of a lot of things around here.
or if someone with malicious intent obtains this information, the potential consequences could be as catastrophic as the previous Threnodian invasion.
Yeah. Yeah, you're kind of fucked.
In order to investigate the Sentinel's whereabouts, Madam Magistrate has left for Mount Firmament, its last recorded location.
I think we were just there in a previous stream chat. So, nothing we haven't dealt with before. Did Jinsei bring anyone with her? Bodyguards? Can you get in touch with them?
Madam Magistrate traveled to Mount Firmament alone.
That was unwise.
The looming threat of the Threnodian discouraged any additional diversion of human resources.
Still unwise.
Furthermore, when it comes to the Sentinel, force is not a viable solution.
Then I guess I'm going to Mount Firmament to meet with the Sentinel.
Madam Magistrate trusts you. It is beyond my authorization to meddle in your decisions.
Damn right it is. You're not the boss of me.
However, the landscape around Mount Firmament is complex. One must be accompanied by a special wayfinder to navigate safely. That's all I know.
A wayfinder? Okay, well, give it to me. Or if it's a person, assign them to me. Where can I find them?
She's likely at the ferry terminal in Whining Ix's Mire. I'll reach out to her. To learn more about Mount Firmament, you can meet her at the ferry. I lack the same level of understanding of the situation there as she does.
Alright.
I trust Madam Magistrate's decisions. I will do my utmost to handle the public matters on her behalf while she is away. This worry about her safety won't leave me.
Don't worry, darling, I'm on it.
In her last video message, I could tell she seemed weaker than usual, despite her efforts to maintain composure.
She could do with a holiday then. But we can talk about that when she gets back.
Madam Magistrate's situation might not be optimistic.
In other words, she's fucked.
Rover, Mount Firmament is a dangerous place. Please take care.
Yeah, sure. How hard can it be?
I've sent the coordinates to your terminal. Thank you for your kind help. I pray you will both return safely.
No, thank you. She can be rather sweet when she puts her mind to it. Abby, you there?
Listening. Hey, did you notice how the mountain has a strangely pleasant smell? It doesn't look edible, though.
It's because you don't eat mountains, you halfwit. Suddenly I'm unsure whether I can count on you.
Well, of course I'm reliable. Even if I do happen to fall asleep and can't hear you.
Uh-huh.
And don't worry. If there's any danger coming your way, I'll wake up like clockwork. Just like last time.
You'll forgive me if I don't still have lingering doubts.
Well, unless there's nothing that can even remotely challenge you. In that case, I probably won't wake
Now enjoy your nap, Abby.
Let's head to the ferry. Mount Firmament. Our wayfinder should have plenty information to share.
Oh, please be another sexy anime waifu. Now, what's this over here? Qinggong. Rover, excuse me. When you're exploring outside, have you seen some pedestals with strange projections? I think so. Nice. Saves me a lot of explaining. While I was searching, I stumbled upon these weird round pedestals with holographic projections. The circuit design was pretty strange. Apparently they're called an imitative sonic device, according to records. Always been curious about these devices, so I made a special trip just to check them out. Nothing happened when I tried to touch the projection. My hand slid through it. Likely because I'm not a resonator. So, I was wondering if I could ask you to investigate these pedestals in person. What do you think? Yeah, leave it to me. Great. I'll send you the coordinates. Thank you, Rover. Bloody hell is this thing? When the night knocks. Let's go check this one out, chat. Port Gun Chao.
Three days ago, the delivery van reached Waving Battlefield, near Whining Ajax's Mire. Journeying from the new Federation to Jinzhou, it braved countless trials to arrive at its destination, but, alas...
Enough! Explain it in 5 words.
All this, preferably.
Suspicious! Courier escaped! Package lost!
That's 5.
You're the one who's in charge of this.
Yes, but boss,
What is an exile doing here, of all places?
Whatever you do it right. And do it clean. That's the Cruising Drake's principle. Finish what you started.
Low logistics. How despicable! Utterly insufferable. I shall reclaim the package myself. That much is clear.
The exile grunts and storms toward the delivery station.
He better not be stirring up any trouble.
He is. He's in exile. What do you
No time
expect?
to call the patrollers. Let's see what he's up to.
Oh, by the way, Southaor, my apologies, but thank you for the follow.
I've already explained what happened. Just give me the package. Well, if you can't, I'll file a complaint with your manager.
Don't worry. Lolo Logistics always takes care of its customers. We'll definitely get back to you within 3 business days.
One of my people. She has the accent of one of my people. I love her already.
3 days? Well, what if it's broken or lost? Don't you know how serious?
Oh, if it's broken or lost, you can get a full refund. Plus, the shipping insurance you have covers it. So really, there's nothing to worry about.
Well, if you say so. Come to think of it, Lalo Logistics has never missed a delivery. Well, in that case, I'll come back later.
Oh, that's rather successful diffusing of the situation, isn't it? The exile stresses the package's importance, and then leaves.
We promise, we deliver. Lolo Logistics is at your service. Is there anything I can help you with?
I can think of a few things, darling, but none that would require the services of Lolo Logistics. Anyways, you're new here, love.
Oh, I know you. You're the Rover, a household name in Jinzhou.
At your service, darling.
Hiya, I'm Lumi, the logistics team's good old captain. I head up the delivery team.
Of course you do. What a treasure you are. Anyway.
Do you have a package to send, or do you need something else?
Yes, you, darling. I need you in my life. Come. Let us run away from all of this together. House in the country, 10 beautiful children. Just you and me. Together forever. Happily ever after. I'm sorry, what? Oh, right. That man just now.
Oh, he's a regular customer. He might seem unfriendly, but he follows the rules.
And I suppose that's something.
His package got lost in Whining Ajax's mire. Speaking of that place, something strange is going on there lately. So be careful when you're there.
Tell me about it. Maybe I can help.
It's a bit complicated. The lost package is labelled as high value. My team member, Fule, was supposed to deliver it. He mentioned seeing weird things in Whining Ajax's mire. Kinda like the stuff happening over in Tacit Fields.
Maybe that's exactly what's happening. Product of Tacit Fields.
I checked it out later and asked around in the port.
And what did you find? Certainly do act like a leader, don't you?
Of course. My team's safety is my top priority.
Good on you, love. Bless.
I didn't notice anything unusual looking around, but...
But what?
I'm not sure if it's related, but ever since I've returned from the Whining Ajax's mire, I haven't had any dreams.
You haven't been able to achieve REM sleep? Are we sure that Whining Ajax's mire has anything to do with that? Maybe you've just been working too hard, love. Maybe you could just do with a holiday. Come on, you and me. Take a trip to the seaside. Nice little cottage there. Catch some fish. Brew it up with some chips. Yeah. It'll be fun. Come on, you and me. Little romantic getaway. Long weekend. You've been working hard enough.
We promise, we deliver. We promise, we deliver.
Is that seriously your ringtone, love?
It's my co-worker. Sorry, I need to take this call. Yes? What? She's back at work already? But she's injured. Okay, please take care of her. Thanks.
What's wrong, darling?
It's one of my team members. crashed while delivering an express package.
Oh. Poor girl.
The doctor told her to rest, but she's already back to work.
Yeah, working too hard. Bound to break some she does that.
I need to bring her back. She can't be pushing herself like this. I was planning to search Whining Iax's mire again, but now? If you happen to be going in that direction, could you keep an eye out for that lost package?
Anything for you, love, anything.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Who could say no to a pretty face like that, yeah? Right, off we get.
Leave it to me.
And here's trouble.
Strike from the shadows.
Sentinel, protect me. Power of Sentinel. Over there.
I can't believe this.
In the name of Imperator.
Rejuvenating snow. Commence healing.
Sentinel, protect. Ha! Answer me. Power of the Sentinel.
The hour is upon us. What happened here?
Good question. I mean, doesn't look like anything happened. But, you know, we've been wrong before. Let's follow these butterflies, see where they lead us. Some sort of what's it? Got more bodies guarding another one over there. Bet I know where these butterflies are going to go.
Wind, guide me. Leave it to me. I see one with the sounds.
Sentinel, protect me.
Leave it to me. Transmitting frequency.
Swift and resolute. One with the sounds. Strike in the shadows.
Welcome back, Ruby. There we go.
Remnants of the past.
Tidal heritage, that's what they call it. I think somewhere over here. Yeah, over here.
Leave it to me. No hesitation. The hour is upon us. Strike one with the sounds.
Our stream so far going rather well, I'd say.
Cherish every gain.
The Somnor gateway must be just ahead.
That looks to be our gateway. Probably because we have baddies to fight. Oh wait, that's the Star Rail Express, or no, that's the wrong game. And this train doesn't look as cool. And there's a tacit Discord field. Okay, so we've got a derailed train that we need to protect the passengers.
Sounds one with the sounds.
Sentinel protects crystals. Give me strength. Power of the Sentinel. Doesn't hurt. I'm okay.
Endless reverberation.
Sentinel protects me. Power of the Sentinel. It's arduous.
Swift and resolute.
It's arduous.
Strike in the shadows. The hour is upon us. One with the sounds.
Sentinel protects me. Power of the set shielding others is my due. Bluebird, be my salvation. I see the light.
Oh shit. Some kind of baby.
One with the sounds.
Administering first aid. Acceptable damage.
Sentinel protects me. Power of the Sentinel. Silence! Pottery depths. Back in.
No, one with the sounds. Moment of resonance.
pit to get.
Leave it to me. Ha! I can handle this. Ha! Ha! Verity shines.
Swift and resolute. One with the sounds.
Oh, hello, Ghost Kitty. What are you running away from, eh? What's that, girl? You want me to go inside? There's trouble at the old mill? Little Timmy's in danger? Yes, a ghost cat. And one very big pussy.
Nobody's here. Just this cat. What's going on?
Approach the giant black cat. Hopefully it didn't bring bad luck.
Just know that even the great rover cannot stop me now.
Yeah, whatever you say, Eye of Sauron, get out of the way. A moon with an ethereal brightness, pond glimmering beneath the night sky, massive shadow. I can't read all that stuff quickly. Now what's this? Well, hello, Illusia. Lovely Minecraft world you've constructed here. Hi? Hello there.
It's you. You've returned.
You were expecting someone else?
Here, countless dreams
Hello
rush
there.
in.
Yeah, that.
These dreams, I no longer wish to have them, to remember anything.
Well, then wake up and have yourself a couple of drinks.
But I do remember things about you.
Oh, like what?
You're the only one who can restore everything to its rightful place. That's what he said to me.
Who's he? You mean Big Boss?
Farewell, Dreamwalker. May your thoughts remain unclouded.
It's Snake. That's a bit rude, don't you think?
What is this? I've never seen this in the Somnor before. I should look around for more information.
Oh, look, chat. It's a car crash in slow motion. And of all things to investigate in this ethereal dream world, they send us to a bloody rubbish bin. Partial delivery list?
This is a delivery checklist. The name side here is Fule. The rest is smudged. Someone must have lost it here. Some kind of fragment lodged between those rocks. Something from a delivery crate? This is probably where Fule lost the package. But where is it now?
Oh, you are lost. People do lose things from time to time. That's what would happen if you were me, or maybe I was you. Who knows? Who knows? Oh, it's the cat. You're supposed to be some sort of Chinese version of the Cheshire Cat. Are we looking at a Mandarin version of Alice in Wonderland? If so, I must say, Wonderland, you've redecorated. I don't like it. You may run into a strange white cat that offers significant enhancements to your resonators. Oh.
Is that Lumi? The tacit discords are after her.
I think it is.
Leave it to me. Disperse. Strike from the shadows. No hesitation. I sense your weakness.
But in Spectra mode, we don't have any powers.
Find the missing package.
Lumi?
Make sure she gets back safely. Help with the express order.
Oi! You alright, love?
Organize a welcome party for the new recruits.
Lumi? You're not even paying attention, answer me, girl.
Work finished. Best get moving. Too many tasks, too little time.
She's in her own little world, that one.
Why can't she hear me? No.
That's one invisible.
She's in danger. The hour is upon us. Break. Sounds come forth. Moment of resonance. No hesitation. The end has come.
That's you and me, big boy.
Strike from the shadows. Break. Moment of resonance.
Probably should have saved that one.
Sounds come forth. I sense your weakness. Break. The hour is upon us. Keep it together. No hesitation. Sounds come forth. The end has come. Disperse. Break. Strike from the shadows. The hour is upon us. Disperse.
Meow to you too. Meanwhile, over on Lumi's side,
Fule said the package was lost nearby. Where is it?
Insula, fake reality, dreamscape.
Oh, it's his delivery checklist. Oh, the paper's all smudged. Can't read a thing. Oh, this fragment is from the delivery container. Oh, where's the package? What if it's been damaged? Where could it be? Hopefully I'll find a clue ahead.
Fixed camera, I can't move it. Almost feels like one of those old style PS1 games.
Nothing here. Where did those tacit discords come from? Can't waste my time with them.
Don't stop, get out of here. Oh no, no, shit, no.
The higher the better.
That was the wrong way.
Squeaky, alert! Phew. Made it out at last. But why did those monsters stop chasing me?
Well, a lot of them were fixed in place, so they couldn't really follow you.
Oh, I keep getting sidetracked. Focus, Lumi. Think about what you're gonna do next. First, find the missing package. Second, make sure Tang Tang gets back safely and help with the express order. Third, organize a welcome party for the new recruits. Get my own work finished. Let's get moving. Too many tasks, too little time. I'm their leader. Got to act the part. They're counting on me.
She's got a lot on her plate. Sealed strengths restored. Oh, dashed into the elusive sprint state after picking up the White Cat's blessings. In the elusive sprint state, attack to dash toward enemies and deal significant damage. Okay. She's powerful. Look at that. Ah, that's how you do it. Okay.
Squeaky! Get him, buddies! Cargo damaged! Squeaky!
must be where Tang Tang crashed. I need to find her first. Filet's package can wait. Why are there tacit discords here? Where is Tang Tang? Is she... Squeaky! Alert! Squeaky! Clear the way! Squeaky, watch out! Squeaky! Get him, buddies! It's breaking! The higher the better. Squeaky, clear the way!
Lumi, thank God you're safe.
The end has come.
When sync energy is full, get ready to activate Dreamlink. Right, let's deal with this thing.
Squeaky, protect the cargo!
Cast support resonators, resonance, liberations.
Moment of resonance.
We promise, we deliver.
I sense your weakness.
Squeaky, clear the way!
Alright, let's go find Tang Tang.
Ah, you're here, Lumi. I've been looking for you. Looking for me? I should be the one saying that. I heard you had an accident.
A small scratch, no biggie. I was worried you might run into a tacit discord, so I came looking for you.
Thanks. I'm fine. Let me help you with the delivery.
It's okay. The address is around here somewhere. It won't take long.
But you're hurt. You relax and let me handle it, alright?
I can manage, really. You have your own tasks to do. I can even help you later when I'm done.
It's my job to look out for you. That's what a team leader should do.
I know, and you've been doing great. I just want to lighten the load.
Oh, Tang Tang.
Don't worry. I'll catch up with you after I finish this order.
Okay. Thank you, Tang Tang. I mean it. And you, Rover.
Yeah, the good eggs all around. Ah, think nothing of it, love. Glad to be of service. Anytime. Alright, back in, I think, regular reality.
Oh, hi! You're here!
Thank goodness you're safe, darling.
Do you know what? I had a dream just now. And guess what? You were in it.
Oh, was I?
My team members were asking for help. But I couldn't get to them. I kept getting blocked or showing up too late. I was so worried, thinking that they might be disappointed or not need me anymore. But later, I managed to find a girl who'd got into an accident. I don't know how, but I felt like you were guiding me.
Hand in hand, love. You and me.
Talking with her made me see how important it is to support each other. I helped my team, and they helped me right back.
That's usually how that works.
I think that's where I found the strength to escape that nightmare.
Oh,
I wouldn't
good.
have realized this without your help. Thank you so much.
Boss man, thank you for the follow over on Kick. Alright, next up in our conversations, the White Cat.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, so you can talk.
Only a bit.
Uh-huh.
Some Noir breaks into world. My authority. Lost many places. Gateway open. Enter and fight.
I see now. I can try to help.
Sharp mind. You are smart. No energy left. Can't talk. Stop disaster. I trust you.
Let's pet the kitty.
Lumi hasn't had any dreams since visiting Winding Ix's mire, and the illusion I just saw of her. This abnormal somnor seems to be trapping parts of people's consciousness in their dreams. If this has been going on for a while, Lumi might not be the only one trapped here. She
That's
dreams
possible.
about her team, but what about the others? I need to find more clues.
Explore different dreams to help the White Cat regain control over the Somme Noir. Okay, well, we check off Lumi here. The mountain and 6 credits. Feel your body grow heavy as if you're sinking beneath the water. Finally find yourself in an unfamiliar dream.
Master Georgia. Have you made any plans for your next painting?
Not yet.
If you don't paint, you can't earn. You don't want to end up broke, do you?
Dick.
What about painting... what was it called? Winter's Serenade in Bloom?
Already painted that one.
So what? Your clients' preferences are what matter most.
Yes, but if the clients are Philistines...
But don't worry, Master Georgia. I handpicked your clients and know them like the back of my hand. That painting was outstandingly popular. I would know.
It's your personal favourite, isn't it? You just want me to do more like that, don't you?
This will be another bestseller.
Do I need to reconsider?
Course. Take your time, Master Georgia. Let me know when you've decided.
I need a walk now. Maybe I'll find some new inspiration.
So this is a frost type.
This place. It's all so beautiful. I have to capture it. Let me find the perfect spot to stop and paint.
There we are.
The landscape looks great from this side. It's perfect for planning my painting. Waters and mountains rest by the pane. Valleys and peaks in the dream remain. The composition looks fine, but something's still missing. Maybe I should get closer to see the tiny details of the trees and rocks. That place should be close enough. water lamp, dew vetch, pearl leaf, and bitberry. These vibrant plants harmonize exquisitely with the cold stones.
Bit of different camera angles from what you're used to. Talk to the cat. Sealed strengths restored. Alright.
Didn't expect to see tacit discords like that here. They do complete the scene I had in mind.
Go back and talk to the manager.
The details of the stones and trees. I got it. I can show this draft to my manager.
Master Judger.
Please, just call me Jeje.
Okay, Master Judger. About the painting I mentioned last time.
Here's a
Very
draft.
well. Let's see. What? What's this?
New inspiration.
You're a true master. Would a master present a client with a half-finished piece? Your last painting sold for the highest price at auction. Give the people what they want. That's what I always say. You just need to paint it again, and I'll make sure it sells well.
Not painted again? Are you mad?
With all due respect, Master Zhuzh, not everyone will buy whatever you paint. Now, I've worked so hard to find a few clients who love your style. How can I sell your paintings if you can't cater to their needs?
It's not exactly how art works.
Please just focus on creating tonight. I won't disturb you. I'll come and pick it up tomorrow. No more indulging your every creative whim, All I'm asking for is another winter's serenade in bloom. I'm counting on you, Master Zhuzh.
I think that art manager needs to be...
Another copy.
I'm thinking maybe a fire manager. Who competes yet another copy of Winter Serenade. Recreating the same painting over and over and over again.
Can I really call myself an artist then? In their eyes, am I only capable of copying my old work? Watch out! Did I mess it up? It captured the spark!
Judge. The end has come.
What do you really want to paint? Do you remember when you...
Yes. I saw flowers blooming in the middle of winter, and birds were circling around.
You worked really hard on it.
And that hard work should be noticed.
Believe in your judgment, your brush, and yourself.
Myself.
The hour is upon us.
Watering clouds, flee!
Waters and mountains rest by the pain. Valleys and peaks of the dream remain. Colors of vanity washed away. The painted world fades, forgotten today. Giant bird. It's the one from Winter Serenade and Bloom.
It's been turned into a Geeter-like three-headed monster.
Don't be so stubborn, Judge. A painting that doesn't sell well is meaningless.
Bullshit.
I'm the artist, not just the brush. It's the soul I put into my paintings that makes people appreciate them.
Precisely.
Strike from the shadows. A moment of resonance.
Art unveiled. Here's the shifting mist.
I sense your weakness.
Thank you, your lordship. It's become quite a surreal quest.
I was just dreaming. In that dream, I tried my best to paint something new, but no one seemed to like it. Instead, they just wanted more copies of my old stuff, treating me like some money machine. But you told me to trust myself.
Those people are using you.
Thank you for supporting me.
I believe in you.
I'll keep practicing.
Oh, hello again.
Nice job. Perfect.
Talk again.
Dreams cleansed. Power restored. I can talk now. Some noir is growing faster. If this keeps up, Solaris will be in danger. Walk through more gateways. Save people from dreams. Fight that person. I'm counting on you. Talking drains my energy. Need to rest now.
Better, Kitty.
From the looks of it, I'm probably the only one who can enter the Somme Noir as I please.
I guess that is the reason they call you the Rover after all.
Besides that cat, the only other people here are the ones trapped in their dreams. I will be the one to help them escape.
Alright. Let's do this. anymore. Little warrior stage.
A long, long time ago,
Encore.
was a brave warrior in the magical kingdom. Her name was Encore. Friend Cloudy. Come on, Cloudy. Cloudy said she was a princess from a wonderful play. Everyone loved her performance. But then, out of nowhere, a big bad demon appeared. The big bad demon sent its minions to attack the magical kingdom. Everyone hid at home, and the stage was empty and quiet. Then, Warrior Encore stood up and said she would fight the big bad demon. In the crowd back, Cloudy, the great performer, also joined Encore's team. Here comes Encore! Ah! Tack, you're in! Fully stampede! Huh! Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da-da! But not everyone in the magical kingdom was very nice. One day, Warrior Encore met Cosmos. There you go, Cosmos. I used to live in the magical kingdom, but I went on a big adventure far away. When I came back, no one knew me, and they wouldn't play with me. Huh, if you're not Cosmos's friend, I'll just go join the big bad demon and cause trouble.
But I want to be your friend.
Really? That's so nice of you. Sad little adventurer Cosmos was so moved by these words. This special friendship made him join Encore's team. With his brave heart, Cosmos decided to fight the big bad demon and save the magical kingdom with Encore.
Some noir has been cleansed partially.
Warrior Encore and her friends marched to find a big bad demon. A sly demon sent its monster squad to try to stop it. They were not afraid. Princess Cloudy and Adventurer Cosmos used all their skills to support Warrior Encore. In the end, Super team took care of the monsters, but the woolies got hurt. Here comes Encore! Better, Warrior Encore climbed all the hills and swam all the rivers. She walked a long way and finally found, but she picked it up carefully and ta-da! She made medicine that healed the woolies. Then the super team marched on their way to fight the big bad demon. bad demon sent more monsters to stop Encore. But every one of them was defeated by her super team. Their amazing feats made lots of people in the magical kingdom excited. More and more people wanted to join Encore's team. After careful picking by Warrior Encore, they chose the Candlestick Fairy, who breathes fire. Encore also picked Grayer the Rabbit, who can slice bread into 100 pieces, and the Stool Spirit, who likes to zoom around on
Almost the best things than sliced bread.
Then came Miss Clover, Uncle Broom, and Grandpa Cock. With more friends joining, Encore's team got bigger and stronger, becoming their super duper awesome team. At last, it was time to fight the big bad demon.
Got final boss time.
Grayer the Rabbit made yummy bread for everyone so they wouldn't fight on empty stomachs. Cloudy put on a show about a brave princess the night before to cheer everyone up.
Rover taking a seat amongst the audience.
On the big battle day, Adventurer Cosmos led the super duper awesome team to dodge traps and face the big bad demon.
Or
They
Gold.
battled it out. Miss Clover blew whip, Grandpa Full and Candlestick Fairy made fire. Grayer the Rabbit held Uncle Broom and rolled the Stool Spirit to charge at the big bad demon. Everyone fought bravely. Finally, Warrior Encore and Wooly teamed up for the final blow. You're in. Wooly, ran away. They defeated the big bad demon. Encore's team stopped his evil plan and brought peace back to the magical kingdom.
Quite the interesting story. Oh, now I have to actually talk to it.
You beat me today. There'll always be more demons in this kingdom.
Yeah, lose to stay what?
Someone's gotta be the big bad demon.
There's only room for one snake and one big boss.
Why did you have to pick this path?
Before I was big and bad, nobody paid any attention to me.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe if you just weren't that forgettable.
Now they all fear me.
I mean, I suppose that's one way to get attention.
You could be a hero like me.
Oh, we're starting its redemption arc.
No, I can't.
Can't, never could do anything.
I don't have your bravery. More importantly, I don't have any friends.
I mean, you had the stones enough to take us on in battle.
It's okay. Being a hero isn't just about fighting or going on adventures. Uncle Broom keeps the castle spotless. Candlestick Fairy keeps things bright. They don't need to be on my team to be heroic warriors. They already are. Just do your best at everything and have fun. That's how heroes do lots of cool stuff. Don't worry. You can do it too.
Such childish naivete.
Okay. The magical kingdom is now called the Warrior's Kingdom.
Is the story finished, Encore?
Yes, with a happy ever after ending.
Now for the epilogue of a new adventure.
Hooray! I'll tell a new story next time.
Looking forward to it. Giant black cat is waking up.
Didn't I just leave the Somnoir? Why am I still here?
Chat, give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Did she leave already? Let me see if I can find another gateway.
Alright, yeah, I'm back. Now let's press on, shall we?
The gatekeeper. Who's the one beside him?
The gatekeeper?
Sir, is this all real? Are you the god of this realm?
How did you get in?
The ebony gatekeeper?
I don't know. I was supposed to be at my grandma's funeral. I was watching over her and lost track of time. The next moment, I was here. Maybe I fell asleep?
A part of your consciousness entered Somnoir when you fell asleep.
Somnoir? What's that? Some kind of sonoro?
No, but you can think of it that way.
Well, just now, I met a girl around my age. She had the same name as Grandma. She lived in the same town, had a group of friends, and liked to catch dragonflies in the mountains. The only difference is, the temple that should be demolished by monsters was still there, east of the town. Grandma used to say that people would pay
Vision of
tribute to
the
their
past.
ancestors in that temple every year. The ceremony would be as grand as the moon-chasing festival. As much as she loved that town, she never stopped wanting to explore the world outside it. I heard the Sonorosphere can keep memories of people or even a place's history. Is that true? What I saw just now, is it real? Is that girl my grandma?
My apologies, but I cannot answer that.
Can I come here again?
Why on earth not?
No.
What happens when I wake up? Will this place and my memory of it disappear?
Sounds like it, yeah.
Everything you saw here will be erased, except your memory. That I have no control over.
That's a relief. Thank you, kind sir. That's given me some hope. In my memories, Grandma always took care of everyone in the family. She raised
Good
her
woman.
children and they left home, then her grandchildren, repeating the cycle her entire life in that old house. I always wanted to travel, but I couldn't bear to leave Grandma alone. This dream showed me a different side of her. She was once a young girl with dreams just like me. She dreamed of traveling, meeting new people, and starting a family. Now I feel grateful to be part of such a family, and even more grateful to have this side of Grandma live on in my memories. I used to think she was old and lonely, but she really glowed with her hopes and dreams. Thank you, sir. Thank you for showing me this.
A satisfied customer, I suppose.
I was looking at their illusions. The gatekeeper showed this to me. What is he trying to tell me?
Please leave the Sang Noir. Data from the last phase will be deleted. Repeat. Data from the last phase will be deleted.
Sounds like
Let's
a bit of...
collapse. Better leave now.
Get out before I get deleted with it. Ah, gatekeeper, my dear fellow.
It has been some time, hasn't it?
Why are you showing me
I
all of
already
this?
told you the first time we met. Sang Noir is unstable.
You didn't say it's because of you.
It isn't. It's due to Sang Noir's innate design. Tell me,
Oh?
what do you think Sang Noir was created for?
Possibly to fight against the lament?
Exactly, Dreamwalker. Such a large and complex creation is necessary to save a world torn apart by the lament. The dreams it stores contain countless possibilities. Millions upon millions of dreams converge in Sang Noir. Perhaps within one lies the key to vanquishing the lament. It may not be the most efficient or practical strategy, but even as a mere spark of hope, I believe it's worth pursuing with all the power I have.
Who created Sang Noir?
They're closely connected to you, but that's not important right now. One day, you'll find out who they are.
Oh, so you can tell me, you just choose not to.
Compared
I
to
see
you,
how it is.
who is of immense significance to them, I am just a tool they created to get rid of useless data.
What
Every
useless
day
data?
People dream. Sang Noir's capacity is finite.
So, expand the capacity?
Dreams that don't aid in defeating the lament are deemed worthless. My duty is to erase them, like a heartless executioner.
Guilt of that must weigh heavily on you from time to time.
This reasoning, the two dreams you just witnessed should also be erased. They offer no solution to save our world. What do you think? Are they useless?
They mean a lot to the ones who dream them.
Indeed. those dreams are truly precious. They deserve to be remembered.
Yes, exactly. So why not expand the storage capacity? If someone knew enough to create the Somme Noir, then surely they could do that. What do you want to do?
Somme has tens of millions of gateways that lead to numerous realms. But it's still too small compared to Solaris. I need more space to store these precious dreams and memories.
Now you're thinking. What are you planning to expand Somme Noir to encompass all of Solaris?
Those gateways that appeared by the winding Iax's mire. It's all because of you.
Yes. Those places will become part of Somme Noir. To merge with the other dreams. Just think of it. They will be forever saved and remembered. Not every dream holds the key to saving the world. Most are personal, trivial, even selfish. But still, they should not be erased.
They live on in people's memories.
People may eventually forget them, but Somme Noir won't.
I don't think consuming the entire world is the solution.
You saw that girl, how deeply she felt about her dream. It holds significance.
And so what, you would devour her home planet just to save a dream? That doesn't justify what you're doing.
Tell me, have you ever erased another's dreams? Their memories?
I can tell this is taking a psychological toll on you.
Data from the last phase will be deleted. Repeat. Data from the last phase will be
That does not
deleted.
justify the actions of the ungodly.
For millennia. I've been doing this tirelessly.
You've gone mad.
Those dreams and I are no different in nature. Yet I've done nothing but extinguish them.
Yeah, confirmed, you have gone mad.
I don't expect you to understand me. We're not in the same position.
No, you're right, we're not. I'm in a position to stop you.
Just know that even the great rover cannot stop me now.
We'll see about that.
This realm is about to collapse. Need to wrap this up quickly.
You were saying, Rover? There's Encore.
Hi! Are you ready for Encore's new story?
Sure, what is it this time?
It goes like this. A long, long time ago, there was a cloud kingdom where the amazing warrior Encore lived. Then she met you, Traveler Cosmos, Prince Cloudy, and many more new friends. Together, they defeated the Dark Cloud Demon.
Great story. Encore style.
Good, right? Stories about adventuring with friends are my favorite. I'll tell you a new story next time. Don't you worry about that. It's you, that person. He's awake.
Yes. Run into the gatekeeper.
Black Cat. He's formidable. My power limited again. Stop him, Dreamwalker. So tired. Must rest.
The cat's weaker than last time. What's worse, the gatekeeper said the expansion is accelerating. I have to stop it before it's too late.
Best get on it then.
Leave it to me. One with the sounds. Break.
Leave it to me.
Swift and resolute. The end has come. Strike one with the sounds. No hesitation.
Leave it to me. Administering first aid. I stand ready.
What's the point of all that? Let's get all of these claimed. It's got trophies. See, what's this? Right. Chat, I'm going to pause here right quick, and I will be right back. I'm going to grab dinner. Alright, chat, I'm back. Sorry about the delay. Should check on what sort of convene we've got. Could do with some weapons here. Rosso, hello, hello. Good to see you, how are you? I do one of each of these weapon events here. Blade of Voyager, alright. Doing alright. A little cold, but that's the weather for you. Yeah, it's been a bit chilly over here, too.
I will be there for everyone as we head toward...
Today will be a fine day.
Are we able to ascend this one? No, we're not. Not yet. Rosemary's apothecary. Not a lie.
I will be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
Eyes on the horizon.
Let's see, backpack. Let's do some recovery items. Alright.
Conception.
There we go. I'll give a health boost to Phoebe. Get her back in the game.
Leave it to me.
How dare you!
A little over a minute to get all this done.
Leave it to me.
Ducks in a barrel.
Leave it to me.
Right, there's our Eye of Sauron up there. Excellent. Anything new? Ah. Unfamiliar dream. Oh, it's her. I've encountered her before.
Yinlin, do you copy? Got an emergency for you to
Yinlin, that's
handle.
the one.
We need you to infiltrate the Blue Camel and get their latest transaction record. Remember, don't get caught, or they'll destroy the evidence.
Infiltration. I'll need to suit up right. Gotta sever communications at their camp first. Can't have them calling for backup.
There we are. Exile clothing.
This outfit should do the trick. That's their hideout. Time to find a discreet spot to change.
Change to blend in with the other Blue Camel exiles. No, one of those. Looks good as an exile. Fairly nice cake on that one. Good boober. Oh, this got a bit. That's not it. All right.
This is it. Need to send it back ASAP. Better hang on to this outfit in case I run into the guards.
Walk slowly. Now we can run.
Hey, what's that you're holding? Open it. We need to check what's inside. We've had reports about exiles conducting illegal business recently.
Damn it. You lot never seem to get the memo on these things, do you?
Red Eagle needs this. I can't let them search the box. I confess, sir. This is proof of their crimes. I can't stand their dirty deeds anymore. So I'm taking this to the Public Security Bureau myself. If you don't trust me, you can come along.
Well, It's good that you want to bring him to justice. All right, I'll escort her to the Bureau. The rest of you, resume your duties.
Struck with a wave of dizziness.
What happened? Huh? Why are they all lying on the ground? No injuries. Looks like they just passed out.
No, that's a relief.
They'll wake at any moment. I need to get the evidence back to him. This place. Something feels wrong. I need to be on my guard.
It's a dream world, you know. What can you say?
I've told you before not to come barging in here.
It was necessary. We'll just leave it that way.
Something unexpected happened during the mission. This'll be safer with you.
What's this?
Blue Camel's transaction records. You asked for them.
Attack the patrollers? For this?
Something happened to him, but wasn't my doing.
Fool. I never gave you such an order.
I'm sorry, what?
Can't you spot a fake transmission? You've disappointed me, Yinlin.
Fake?
Was
How?
the intel false? Or did someone impersonate him when they contacted me? Blaming me won't make any difference. I need to get to the bottom of this. Give me some time. I'll figure it out.
Back at the camp again? This isn't right. They're all mechanical dolls now. Doll maker. We've dealt with him before.
I've been waiting for you, Yinlin.
You? Why are you here?
You were once part of the Seance Society, until you betrayed me. Now, answer me. Who are you?
None of your
That's
concern.
right, Yinlin. That's who you are, and you don't belong anywhere. No one will ever accept you or see your worth. You're nothing.
I'm nobody.
Thoughts drift back to before this quest began.
Yinlin, do you copy? Got an emergency for you to handle. We need you to infiltrate the Blue Camel and get their latest transaction records. Remember, don't get caught, or they'll destroy the evidence.
What is this? Time's rewound to the start of the mission. That's me. No, I have to stop this. How can any of this be possible?
A blade intercepts one of your filaments.
Yinlin, calm down.
Something's wrong with this mission.
No, everything's fine.
Red Eagle confirmed the mission was a bust.
He's the mole in the Public Security Bureau. You did nothing wrong.
How could I have known?
No, you knew it all along. Just not in this place. The mission was a success. You caught the mole and put an end to the Blue Camel's dealings. As for the patrollers, you never attacked them.
I put my trust in the wrong person.
No, you've always been cautious. You're just too afraid of making mistakes. That's why you dream these things. You've only ever had yourself to rely on. But still, You never waver. Think about that question again. Who are you, really?
Yinlin. That's who you are.
Zapstring.
You're nothing, Yinlin.
Enough talking, Doppelganger. You've lost yourself. I've had enough. Get lost.
I can't sound like a good bargain.
No mercy.
The end has come.
Zapstring. It's our curtain call. Time to wrap it up.
Fight from the shadows.
Zapstring. It's our curtain call.
Doesn't sound like a good bargain.
You betrayed the patrollers. You betrayed me. Who would ever trust you after death?
I know who I am. I have my own path to walk.
The voice sounds so much like the boss from MGS3.
I am your true nightmare. Watch and learn. You won't cast me down. I've had enough. Get lost. Time to wrap it up. I'll pay it back tenfold. I'll pay it back tenfold. I've had enough. Get lost. You won't cast me down. Time to wrap it up.
Moment of resonance.
Return to dust. Zapstring. It's our curtain call.
I can't believe it. Crush them!
No hesitation.
I've had enough. Get lost.
Definitely getting some dummy mummy vibes from this one.
You'll pay for this.
No hesitation.
Nothing. You won't cast me down. Zapstring. It's our curtain call.
The law is a treat, I can imagine.
The end has come.
Femme Fatale spy? Lots of stories to tell.
I've had enough. Get lost. I am your true
Good fall. Our train car started to get rather full.
I do want others to trust me, but my priority is making sure justice is served. When I found myself in doubt, you helped me find myself again.
And you've got my full support.
Thank you. I like knowing someone has faith in me.
Comforting, isn't it? Even energizing. Alright, White Cat, how you doing? How are we holding up, eh?
Hey, I can talk again.
And how do you manage to do that?
Power grows. Strong enough to fight him.
Oh, excellent.
Next time, I will talk even better.
We'll string a full sentence together.
Help me. Too much sleep. This is the last time.
Rest up, kitty. Look at your writer's vein again. Let's see. A study in snow. Oh, she's a lovely thing, isn't she? Don't think we've quite encountered this one before.
Interesting.
Chang Li.
It reminds me of the Hong Jin in my memories. In that year, a peculiar incident occurred. A parent lost their only child. And despite extensive searches around Mount Firmament, no trace of the missing boy was discovered.
Until now, perhaps?
Please, help us find our son.
What was he doing before he disappeared?
We were having lunch together just 2 days ago. Later, I went up the mountain to fetch some spring water. When I got back, he was gone.
Did your wife see him after you left home?
She said Jing was out playing with his friends, but he never came home. I've been worried sick ever since, unable to eat or sleep. Jing, where are you now?
Jing! My poor boy! Please come back home!
Did Jing have any close friends? Did any of them happen to see him?
Jing had been increasingly withdrawn, preferring to stay home. He stopped playing with his friends, but that day, he said he wanted to play with them. It seemed odd, so I asked those kids later, but none of them had seen Jing. Oh, how can I go on without my Jing?
It's the cat. Sailed strength restored. Alright, combat time.
My blade yearns. Triumph through sacrifice. My blade yearns. No need to dwell. Mind's eye. Mind's eye. Perish in flames.
Cautiously inspect the wooden cabinet to discover something strange.
All of the boy's clothes since his infancy are neatly folded. Except for his pajamas. The board is set, but the final move is yet to be made.
Whose basic attacks to cast through sight.
My blade yearns. Mind's eye. Guests of the unkind. Mind's eye. My blade yearns.
Very effective.
Did you find Jing?
Where is he? Please tell me.
I'm sorry, but he's gone.
No! My child! Who did this? Why would someone do this?
Stop pretending, Fraxidus.
What are you talking about? I don't understand.
How did you find out?
It's for me to know. You two never find out.
The caged bird now. Mind's eye. Guests of the unkind. A defensive move? Not bad. But the game is already finished. Mind's eye. Mind's eye. My blade yearns.
Something, a thunderous sound erupts from the other side. Rover, just in time.
You don't seem surprised to see me?
It's as I
How
expected.
did you know they killed Jane?
Mount Firmament is always covered in snow.
No child would go out in thin pajamas in such freezing conditions.
So you realized it was orchestrated by the Fraxidus?
The Fraxidus were lurking in Hong Zen, concealing their true identities.
You know this is a dream, right?
Yeah, sure, of course I did. What are you talking about?
To win a game, you must first play it. Besides, someone who knows they're dreaming is more dangerous, don't you think?
A lucid dreamer.
Making yourself part of the game. That's something you do. I need you right now, Chun-Li.
Right, we're at 100%. Let's take on the final boss.
Beckon the divine flames.
The end has come.
How dare you? How dare you?
Same as the one we faced before. They lost back then, they'll lose again today.
Who's the caged bird now?
How dare you?
Moment of resonance.
Time for awakening. Mind's eye.
I sense your weakness.
Feel the blaze. My blade yearns.
Ah, there you are, dear.
So, are you interested in the details of that case?
Oh, yes,
Back
love.
then,
Let's hit it.
The Fraxidus killed Jing and his parents under the cover of night. They then posed as Jing's parents and lay in wait until Xing-Yi figured it out. But
Diabolical.
instead of exposing them right away, she played along, biding her time.
Clever.
After 2 weeks, the Fraxidus couldn't restrain themselves any longer.
Suppose you could only keep up alive for so long.
They used the pretense of searching for their lost boy to scout out Mount Firmament.
Decent cover story.
Of course,
Alright, I'll give them that.
Xing-Yi was prepared for this. She used the opportunity to expose them in the act and capture them.
Genius move. Sun Tzu would be proud.
I'd say your strategy is no less impressive than hers. Though our enemy's identity remains unclear, I'll support you, come what may.
Appreciate the support, love.
I can finally talk in full sentences.
Doesn't sound like you.
Yeah. Try to meow or speak 3 words yourself. You don't want to know how it feels. Anyway, we're down to our last gateway. Once you rescue
Made it
the
this
last
far.
person from their dream, I can finally balance my control over Sam Noir with the gatekeepers. That's when we can launch our final attack. Meow. Hey, don't treat me like a cat.
But you are a cat. You don't want to be treated like a cat. Perhaps don't manifest yourself as a cat. Ah, let's see. It's a new character we just recently pulled for. Yeah, this one's got the Yandere vibes.
Is this real or just another dream? If it's a dream, it better be juicy. Huh. He's here too.
Rover.
Wait for me to catch you.
Come on, girl, get moving. She came in like a wrecking ball.
You want to play hide and seek? Tastiest meal is always the one you worked hardest to catch. There you are. Quit the running and come play with me. Let's not waste our precious time.
Don't tease me with a good time, love.
Ugh, what a bother! Why does the Black Shores keep dumping these dull missions on me? This doesn't satisfy me at all. Hello?
Should have known.
He disappeared again. Boring, boring, boring. I hate boring.
deathly smell of all my prey. I live for a good thrill.
But it's so hard to find one that meets my standards. Some have potential, but they're still too dull. Only you can really get my heart racing.
Oh, I'll get your heart racing, alright. Swing a final strike at a struggling enemy.
No, impossible. I remember the way you fought. Your blade's strong enough to sever the air itself. Powerful, beautiful, intoxicating. My head, it hurts. No, that's not you.
Is that Camellia? She needs help. I need to go to her quick. Too slow.
Endure and defy. Nowhere to hide. You will obey. Leave it to me.
Damn it!
Gotta be faster.
Shadow descends.
Leave it to me.
None shall whisper.
Nowhere to hide.
Enemies emerging from the clean depths.
Keep it together. Last chance.
It's you.
I'm here for you, Camellia.
I knew I was right. That thing couldn't be you. You always exceed my expectations.
You've got better things to do tonight than die. Bjorn Lee, welcome back. Done the ironing. Well done.
I know. After all, you're the one I've chosen, my beloved seed.
Beloved seed? What the... Ooh.
While I crave your sweet words, a part of me craves the thrill.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Down.
We can deal with this after we get out.
Is that an invitation? You do know how to please me.
Oh, and thank you for the stretch redeem. Oh, that's it then. Alright.
If I really have the chance to kill you,
Yeah, I'm not gonna let that happen.
taking your life won't be easy. Not with all the strong foes you've defeated. Unless, of course, you step willingly onto my blade.
Also not happening.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'd never force you into anything. No fun in that. Your potential, your desires, your ambitions. They're what truly excite me.
Woman's like a praying
But
mantis.
you know what's the icing on the cake? It's how you look into my eyes when you talk about these things. Perhaps one day I'll whisk you away to a hidden land where you'll be mine and mine alone.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen.
You're back.
Have you regained all of your power?
Yes. Finally, we're here. I and all those you helped in the Somme Noire are prepared for the final battle. Once you're set, we'll be ready to face the one responsible for all this. Let's repair the Somme Noire and shut down his mischief for good.
Good idea. Let's do
All
this.
set? It's time to fight! Here we come, big bad demon!
I'll give this show a grand finale.
I'm sure you will, dear.
If I can help, then I'll do my best.
Oh, girl. That's a spirit.
It's time to end this charade.
Agreed.
Oh, to dance alongside you in battle. I can't wait any longer.
Now, give
Yeah,
me your
she's crazy.
battle cry. We promise, we deliver.
That's a spirit.
Not that one. It should be, let's go save the world again.
Yeah, let's do that. Save the world. Save the world. Bang some waifus. I mean, what?
Somme Noire has tens of millions of gateways that lead to numerous realms. But it's still too small compared to Solaris.
You're not making that grand bargain.
Store
The
these
power of
precious
anime and friendship. Yeah.
Just know that even the great rover cannot stop me now.
You're gonna eat those words, gatekeeper.
Leave it
Oh, big gigantic cat. I'm so scared.
one with the sounds. Shadow descends.
shall whisper.
Here comes Encore! You're in!
You will obey.
We'll leave that away! You're in for it now!
I've had enough. Get lost.
Finale. Rend this slumber. Feel everyone's support.
You feel the power of anime and friendship. And then giant black cat got angry.
Keep it together.
None shall whisper.
Shadow descends.
I'm rather digging the Stoner 5 type music here.
Down with the curtain. Nowhere to hide.
Together we hold.
Endure and defy.
Wait, make sure they're all charged up. Now go.
Who's the caged bird now?
Art unveiled!
Nightmare, break asunder.
Shadow descends. Nowhere to hide. Along with the sounds. Shadow descends.
Together we hold. Together we hold.
On my way home. All right.
Be reduced to cinders.
Capture the spark!
You will obey.
Oh, so sorry to disturb your beauty sleep, kitty. No longer a dreamwalker. An obstacle that must be removed.
Wind guide me. That time. Leave it to me. One with the sounds. One more time. Endure and defy.
None shall whisper.
Together, everybody, see! Reform of the ancient roots!
Down with the curtain. One more time. Bad timing.
It's not really allowing me to die.
Don't run! Keep the dance going! Squeaky, protect the cargo!
You will obey.
Together, we will usher in the dawn.
Where to hide?
Earlier, Lumi, now would be a good time to get charged up. I could use your ultimate.
One more time. You will obey.
Feed my blossoms, self-deceivers. Sweetie, clear the way. Together, we will usher in the dawn.
Endure and defy. Shadow descends. Down the curtain. Endure and defy. Nowhere to hide. The last chance. Shadow descends. One more time. None shall whisper.
Struggle harder. Entertain me. Get it, buddies. Together, we will usher in the dawn.
No, there's a purpose behind all of this. Got us too blinded to see it. Ultimate finishing move. Looks like that's it then. So talk to the white cat, say goodbye to everyone before leaving.
If this is a dream, then what happened here isn't real.
I'm disappointed by that.
Maybe a bit, but you know what? My team always has my back. Dream or not. Even in a dream, the friendship felt so real.
You're right. I'm your friend too,
yeah.
you know.
I've already met you in real life. It was your support that kept me going. So come find me in reality. I'll be waiting for you.
I like the sound of that, love.
This is the end of our adventure.
Perfect ending, I'd say.
The 10 warriors defeated the Black Cat Demon.
There's only 6 of us.
Not true. Cosmos, Cloudy, and the White Cat were also part of our team.
Yeah, didn't think of them.
Of course they count. We are all brave warriors. And the Grape Kingdom is where the next adventure begins.
Do be sure to tell me this story when you wake up.
No problem. Maybe the White Cat can be the bad guy next time.
I don't know about that, but I don't know. You can make it work somehow. Hello, darling.
Thanks for your help. I couldn't have finished that draft without you.
You're the one who made your own decision.
I still find myself swayed by my doubts.
That's not just you, that's everyone, dear. Us human.
Painting, for me, isn't just in the finished piece. It's the only place I can let my emotions out. When I worked on that Xierhua village piece, I felt like I was capturing the very essence of life around me. Thanks to you, I felt bold enough to capture those fleeting moments. I really need to be truer to myself. Hey, could you visit me when you wake up? I want to show you my painting.
Promise.
Okay, I'll be waiting for you.
Oh, thought you'd already left.
What makes you think that?
The crisis is over. Why are you still hanging around?
I had to say goodbye to my friends.
Outside, more dirt's getting swept under the rug. I'm ready to get back. But there is still one thing that's nagging at me.
No, what's that?
You. When I screwed up, you had my back.
What offense for, yeah?
Hey, dream talk. Who's to say what's real? Not like I screw up in real life.
It's plenty real.
Is that right? Prove it to me in the real world, then.
It's a date.
What do you think a dream is?
Glimpse into the future, perhaps?
I realized this was a dream through careful observation. It's often that same keen observation that reveals the deepest truths.
I know for me, so many of my dreams that I do manage to remember tend to be prophetic in nature.
Have you ever considered how someone with lost
Explains how I
memories might
keep getting feelings
confuse
of
a
deja
dream
vu
with
whenever they do
reality?
happen.
Perhaps paying closer attention to your surroundings could bring you closer to understanding the true nature of reality.
You speak in riddles, Chung-Li. Are you saying Solaris is a figment of my imagination?
It's just a theory. I could be mistaken, but when I found myself in Hongzhen in my dream, my mind was a blank slate.
Was
I
it?
knew where I was, but I had no idea why and for what purpose. I suspect you experienced something similar upon awakening in the gorges of spirits.
Yes.
I would advise you to pay close attention to the subtleties around you. If you've learned something from this dream, then it wasn't for nothing.
Hello, mad woman.
Are you going to leave me? Again?
Time to wake up.
I'm actually quite content here.
Well, too bad. We all have to wake up eventually.
This is our arena. Look at all this. So much room for the chase. Then why
Just a
not
dream,
stay a bit
Camellia.
longer? It's not all that different from reality, if you really think about it.
There's still a lot to do in reality.
Well, what a shame. But waking up isn't so terrible. After all, you never fail to keep things interesting in reality.
I'm glad you think so. Anyway,
Mission complete. Well done.
is that black cat gone for good?
No, he's just lost some control over the Somme Noir. It won't be long before he tries to take it back.
And you must be cautious.
Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on him. If things get serious, I can call on you again, can't I? By the way, did you have something you wanted to ask?
Who created the Somme Noir in the beginning?
Its creation may not be the work of one person. At any rate, I can't say much more about it right now.
Why not?
Because you, or maybe your past self, told me to keep it hush-hush.
What the hell was I thinking?
If I were to tell you why, well, that's already saying too much. What I can tell you is, you're the Dreamwalker. The only one who can come and go in Sam Noir as you please. You've got control over me, this gateway, and that sneaky black cat. Basically,
I see.
you're the only one who can see this gateway and all the anomalies it causes. By the way, did you have something you wanted to ask?
Why did I experience other people's dreams?
This is what happens when Sam Noir expands into reality. The black cat turned off Sam Noir's filters, so it started copying every dream in Solaris. To store all those dreams, he opened more gateways that started to leach into reality.
It was leeching reality's substance in order to feed the dream world. The expansion of the dream world came at a cost. Eventually, it would have devoured us
The
all.
dreams you just went through are from folks who got stuck in Sam Noir by accident. But since you control these gateways, you can help them escape. By the way, did you have something you wanted to ask?
No more questions at this
wake
time.
All they'll have is a vague feeling of what happened, just like a real dream, I can finally go back through the gateway I came from, and it's time for you to wake up.
What's that over there next to the train? Delivered by Fule. This is the lost package. How did I not notice it before?
I notice it now. Pick up the abandoned package.
Cherish every gain.
It's already been 3 days, and my package is still...
Oh, shut up.
Terribly sorry, but could you please...
Lumi. I found it.
Oh my! This is your package, sir.
Huh? Well, let me check. Wait! Look at this. It's damaged.
No, it's not.
Don't expect me to accept a damaged package. This is unacceptable.
Oh, God. Get.
This is our fault. Please accept my sincere apologies. We will compensate you for your loss.
I don't want your compensation. I want my package in one piece.
I want some cheese with his wine.
Do you have any idea how important this is?
Ah, the rover himself.
Boss?
Yes?
Well, why are you here in person? I'm just,
Silence. No need for compensation. The contents are still intact. We'll pay you the delivery fee. Did you retrieve this package yourself from the waving battlefield?
Yes. Do I know you?
I'm Tianhu, leader of the cruising Drake.
This is why my country has problems with customer service.
The package is secure, and we won't give you any more hassle. In fact, I wouldn't mind getting to know
Cheese
you.
with wine, Lamau.
Not in that way, of course. I heard you took down that beast. with Northful Barrens. The wilds have been quieter since then, which means more opportunities for folks like us.
Us?
We're in need of skilled individuals like yourself more than ever. You'd fit right in.
Would I?
Joining us one day? Cruising Drake always welcomes the best of the best.
Hey, wait up, boss! Why do you always have to walk off like that after talking?
Because it makes him look cool, that's why.
Shut it! It's about showing our style and drawing in new blood. Pipe down.
So, it's done?
100% complete. All been wrapped up.
Well, thank you so much for helping me find the lost package.
Most welcome, darling. The joy on your face makes the whole endeavor worth it.
Why the sudden silence?
I saw something very strange on the waving battlefield.
Oh no, what is it?
That's a long story, and I don't know if you'd believe me even if I told you. Talking white cut, if you can believe it.
That's interesting. Didn't know you had such an imagination.
Just like what the White Cat said. Only I can see these things.
By the way, you won't believe what happened last night.
Oh, pray tell, my dear.
I had a dream.
No. That one day we'll live in a nation and sit down at a table of brotherhood where people will not be judged by the colour of their skin but by the content of their character, something like that? Was it a good dream?
Can't quite remember the details, but it felt sweet.
So it was a good dream. Alright then.
My co-workers said they had a similar dream. Maybe I managed to tell them how much I care about them in that dream.
One can hope. I mean, I'm sure you did. You're a natural leader.
Because I'm Lumi, luminary of logistics.
Do that again. Can we get the camera close up on that one more time, please?
Oh no, just got a rush order. Let me give you the payment first.
I'm done with you, sir. No, you're not, Pyonli. You'll be back. You always are.
Again, thanks a bunch for your help. If you ever swing by my hometown, Yojo, I'll treat you to some local delicacies.
It's a date.
We promise, we deliver. We promise, we deliver.
Darling, we really must get you a better ringtone than that. She's so cute. Yes, of course. I know, I know.
Got it! Got it! Sorry, got to dash. Catch you later.
Which actually, the English VA is got an impressive library of work in commercials in the UK market, and has done some VO work, I think, for the BBC.
Bye.
Goodbye, love. Catch you later. Well, that's the end of that. Still got the quest to Mount Firmament to handle, but chat, I think let's grab some rewards first for our efforts. Claim all. Ah, new podcast level. Claim all on that. Grab some more trophies. There we are. There's that. Oh yeah, still got a few things. Let's see if we can level
I
up
will be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past.
Today will be a fine day.
I'll do my best.
There we go. Get that one leveled up. Right. So we'll go ahead and leave it off here for the evening. We'll need to been out for nearly 7 hours anyway, so I think that's long enough. Now, let's see. Yes, indeed we are, Pyonli. For tonight, but back tomorrow, not tomorrow, but Thursday. And I believe I should be joining the lads for more Marvel Rivals on Thursday. Do some after stream care, sir. Will do, of course. You know what? I think I know who we're going to raid. Let's go raid Scuddermance. Currently playing World of Warcraft. Grab some copy pasta for us. All right, everyone. Stream schedule will drop later tonight or sometime tomorrow morning. But yeah, more than likely Marvel Rivals Thursday evening. Back on Friday with Royal Rampage playing more Stardew Valley. Saturday, unless I've got collabs scheduled, we'll do more Pirate Yakuza. And Sunday, continue on with Wuthering Waves. But all of you have a lovely week. Don't let them get you down. You got this. I believe in you. I'm Lord Rexworth. Wishing you all the best. And God bless.